I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make the man and some pressure make a gemstone. Try to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Naja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes is basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a prison like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Django. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace like headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing you need endurance to go in. I got mileage on this pen, I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running.
Sorry for what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see all of you guys tonight. Thank you so much for being here. And I see Chi-Chi's in the chat. Thank you so much, Chi-Chi, for being here. We are 21 and older, guys. We do night court. Night court is, even during the day I get colorful. And I don't mean to because I think I'm on night court, right? So always 21 and over adult content. Hey, Michelle, good to see you. So good to see you. And thank you so much, Chuchi, and everybody for hitting the like button. It's a free way to help, guys, and you guys are great at that. Thank you so much. Hey, Joe, good to see you. Allegedly, this is a great chat. Is that what they're saying in Discord? Because I haven't set mine up yet. Like I saw the chat and I was like, oh, my face started getting red. I'm like, I didn't set that up yet. But I did join TikTok. Well, I've had a TikTok for a while for Lady Freedoms, the channel. Um, but I never started posting until I wanted to get more word out about Devlin. So I think it's a really good thing. It's a positive thing. And I'm going to tell you more about that as we go. But good to see you, Nancy. Thank you so much. And I hope you had a great Thanksgiving too. And it's Black Friday. Did you guys go shopping today? Did anybody go shopping? Did anybody brave the streets of Walmart? Because I certainly didn't. Hey, Bo, good to see you. Like I will avoid that at all costs. I mean, even before the holidays, it's crazy. Um, it is just crazy. And Bo says she'll be in the bushes. Hugs for you too, Bo. Come out of the bushes whenever you want, girl. You're always welcome to chat. Everybody's opinions are, welcome at Night Court, especially because this is the public opinion time to speak our minds about the public opinion. I want to hear you guys speak your piece. I want to hear you guys, even if we kind of cuss and fuss a little bit in the chat, it's not a big deal. We just have to be more creative about it. So good to see you, Andrea. But yeah, anybody that wants to join the conversation, please, because I know we have a lot of new people coming over. Just because of Devlin's case. Also, there's another big case that we're going to talk about tonight, which is also in Michigan, and it's Rebecca Park, and she was found just right off the road. Really, really sad story. So, as far as I know, her baby is still missing. And to the best of my knowledge, that baby is a little boy. She was just about to give birth to him. So, very interesting story. We also have a missing baby. And so I just definitely want to spread that out. Um, Good to see you, Lisa King. Thank you for being here. Hey, Lori, good to see you. Thank you so much. Lisa's jamming away in the chat there. So good to see you. Ooh, that sounds so good. Oh my goodness, smoked turkey and bourbon honey ham, potato salad, salad dressing. Oh my gosh, cranberry walnuts, deviled eggs. Oh my gosh. I want to make a Waldorf salad. Really, really bad because I didn't cook this year at all. Like at all, you guys. I mean, I was lucky to make a sandwich. Hey, Miss Fairy, thanks for being here. And so, yeah, I was lucky to do that because, even today I was like, oh, just do a frozen pizza. Why not? Um, but yeah, it's just been busy, but it's good. Hey, Cece, let me check my email and make sure that I got it. Hey, little Miss Sharon. Hey, Cinderella. Good to see you. Good to see you guys coming in. Welcome in everybody, and even everybody in the bushes. Thanks so much for being here. Hey, Sammy. Good to see you. Hey, Witchy Mama. Hey, Ann Reynolds. Nice to see you. 21 who's why 21 Joe says who's drinking. It's like bar rules, right? It is like kind of like a pub. Pub rules. Hey, Brenda Sue, good to see you. Aw, you sent your husband to the store? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of scary out there, like at this time, to be out and about. Hey, good to see you, Detroit. Hello, everyone. She says, hello, beautiful Lady Freedom. Aw, Detroit, my friend. I'm chilling and listening with the kids, and we'll be chiming in. Awesome. Thanks, Detroit, for being here. And again, all my mods are the greatest, guys. A lot of you mod for a lot of different channels too, and you guys are just, the best. So. And so good to see you, Adam Forever 21. Glad you're covering this story of Rebecca. Very sad. It is really, really sad. And there's just a lot of moving parts in it. And her mother, biological mother, because she is adopted. So to the best of my knowledge and how I can kind of piece it together without knowing a whole lot, other than what I've seen, on social media and in some mainstream media coverage, it just seems like that side of the family is very sketchy. And I've also was talking with Casper after her TikTok, and she was there and has some videos posted that TikTok wasn't really happy with because it's really, I mean, it's very loud, but they were talking with the biological mother as well. So, definitely go check that out, and I will get you guys a link just so that way you can see it. I downloaded one from TikTok where the searchers were being interviewed, one of the same ladies that was interviewed by the news. And just so we can analyze and pay attention to how these eyewitness searchers witnessed Rebecca, because I think it's very important. I do think she was moved from one place to the other. Um, no C words, but you can say C word because that's really that's like a good way to be creative with it, Joe. Or the see you next Tuesday, you know. You did better than me. I toasted a bagel. Witchy mama, that's funny. Yeah, well, I mean, it's just kind of like I'm used to cooking, but then this year I was like, I don't really feel like it, you know? Oh no, Joe, don't drink a whole fifth. My goodness. But bourbon is good. I like cooking too with like wine and different things like that. And you can make some really good like barbecue sauces with some of because they make like the Jack Daniels one and all that, but you can also make your own too. And that way you're sharing some of it with it's like the Julia Childs, method. She would always like pour herself wine and then drink some and pour it in the cooking. I was like, oh my goodness. Um, let's see. Oh, good to see you, Meow. Thanks for being here. Hey. So yeah, so see you next Tuesday. CC. That's the best way to say it, right? Um, because then, you know, it's saying it without saying it, but it's in these cases, sometimes there are some see you next Tuesdays that we deal with. Um, so I did a TikTok live earlier where I was in the chat, and I say I did it because like that was the first time I'd ever been even in a chat on TikTok live, and it's kind of um so it erases it, and I don't like that because I'm like big on documentation, and you guys, I probably bore you sometimes with like the text and things like that. When I'm reading them off, but to me, I like to have all of that documented, and I also like to like analyze some of it, some of the statements and things like that. That's kind of what we do over here. And then, we just say opinions. But over there it doesn't save it. So I know that when I talked to Casper, she's like, "Yeah, I'll go ahead and upload it to my YouTube." And that's how I found out that she has a YouTube, and we started getting into talking about Rebecca Parks. There's also someone else that I wanted to share out as well. And let me get the name so that way we can look her up really quick. And the thing is, what's so great about networking with people within the true crime community is that we can all get together and offer resources and things. And so I know, yeah, I have to screen record them, Sammy. I wish I would have too, because like I was definitely in the chat. You guys know me. I'm in my own chat talking half the time too. So but yeah, you have to do that. Otherwise, it'll just erase it. But um we came to a good compromise. We did. In my opinion, that's why I kind of made the background tonight. With compromising for Devlin because he's been missing. Let me take sorry, I didn't notice. Let me see this. I'm gonna go ahead and take my Lady Freedom thing down for now because all the content I've already transformed and stuff. So but yeah, we need people to keep searching. So I like my biggest thing is that we need people to keep searching and making sure that we get the word out about Devlin, because he hasn't had near enough coverage. It's hard because the area is smaller. And so I think that might be a problem as well. But we are going to well, Mary said that she would do a poll because as you all know, there was some confusion first off with the reward. Like in the beginning, people were saying, well, and I'm just going to say this. Tamara and Sabrina were, and I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying what happened in the past. I'm just telling the story. So in the beginning, Tamara and Sabrina was saying that the reward was for finding Devlin, right? Which is what rewards are for. So it's self-explanatory. But then there were also some posts where they were telling people that they would use it to hire a private investigator. And that's where some more confusion comes in. And so with that, the community was giving money under those pretenses. And so now that it's been 7 months, I absolutely wanted to ask Mary if it's okay if we use some of those funds for different purposes, right? In order to find Devlin, because at this point, I don't know if he will come home. I don't know if he's out in the, wooded areas and things like that where we would be searching or where we would need the searchers to go. Like, because I am not in the business of taking hope away from family members when I have no idea where Devlin is. Like, I have no idea where he is. I'm thinking he could be in the water. I'm thinking he could be in the woods. There are creeks all around, um, you know, and I can't even nail down a proper timeline of events, which is very frustrating, to say the least. Um, so that has been very difficult when it comes to what can be done. So people were saying, let's hire a private investigator, which naturally that would be a next step. I do know that there is a PI that's working on this case, but they're not sharing any information with the family. And so in working with Jessica, I thought that would be a good use for the GoFundMe, because if she goes to Michigan with all of this, guys, there's so much hate. Like, I'm not even talking about like a beef, right? Or like me and Casper and I having a misunderstanding. I think it's more of a misunderstanding, and we'll talk about a little bit more about that too. Um, but it runs really, really deep. It runs so deep that, like, I've asked, both sides, please, can we just at least, like, if you guys come, in the chat, can we all just talk about Devlin and trying to find him, and please answer questions, which Tammy has answered questions in the chat. Absolutely. Sabrina came in and did a 4-hour live with me. They have absolutely answered questions, right? But the problem is that there's a lot of inconsistencies. So I can't deny that, especially if people come to me and say, Lady Freedom, did you realize that this was said even though this was said? And I'm like, absolutely. Right? So those things are hard to get over sometimes, right? Even though, yes, they can be coincidental, but when too many of them add up, it's tough. So even with Tammy, I said, hey, why don't you just show me some screenshots, right? Why don't you show me that Devlin has all these diagnoses, because that's a red flag, right? And then there was so much tension between the two of them. I thought, well, maybe if we can get a diagnosis out, maybe then I could show that to Jessica and she could say, oh my gosh, I didn't know that, or what have you. You know, whatever reaction she has is her own, you know, to have. But nothing was shown to me that proved that. And actually they tried to pass off different documents that just weren't cutting it, if you know what I mean. And they were from like 2019. So I'm like, okay. Well, in the meantime, Tammy sent me over some other messages that I just haven't had a chance to present to you guys. So I'll be doing that, you know, because I'll be live this weekend. But they were only kind of showing a conversation between Jessica and Tammy, and it wasn't a very nice one, you know, involving Devlin. So, and there were some other things in there that were not very nice. So, I have to put it out there to be fair to both sides. So if Tamara sends me something and, you know, I can't just be like, well, it's not okay for me. You know, I'm not going to show it because Jessica might be upset about it, or, you know, because to me, I want to be fair, you know, I do. I want to be fair, and I want to be balanced in my reporting and what I get out to you guys. I want you guys to be able to come up with your own opinions on it, you know, and let me know, because there might be something just really small that we're missing here, with Devlin. You know, I mean, it could be the smallest thing that could lead us to him, and whether someone picked him up because he had access to a lot of people had access to him. He is vulnerable, right? He's part of our vulnerable population. And I mean that with all due respect to him, because you know he got around very well. You know, he knew his directions very, very well. And so, and he always would call. He would always call. And that just really bothers me. It's like something that just gnaws at you, you know, like he would have called, he would have called, he would have called. You know what I mean? Like I go through one theory and then I get stuck where he would have called, right? So who was the last ones with Devlin? What was Devlin's plan to go do that day, right? He had court the next day. We have to, you know, consider all of these factors. And with the timeline, it's just way off. It doesn't make any sense. And because he wasn't seen later on camera anywhere, to the best of my knowledge, it's going to be very difficult to believe that something bad didn't happen to him early in the morning. It's going to be extremely difficult for me to come to a realization that something happened to him after after the Laco laundry, because we know he had to go there to charge his phone, unless of course he was able to charge it the night before. We don't know. What I do know for certain, because Jessica sent me the text message, is that he texted her on Saturday at 1 o'clock his time. So, with that being said, that's a long time for him not to reach out to his mother even. So, I believe that Friday, Saturday, Sunday are very important days to pin down the timelines and timeframes for that and find out what exactly happened. Right? So that's why I've been asking, you know, Tamara for those details, because it's important. So, that's right. And Witchy Mama, that's another big piece to Devlin's story, is that he is vulnerable, he is high functioning and he's not under any type of a guardianship. So I do think that that can be a blessing for us in order to get some resources out. The family members are, the people that they want to reach out. But I also think with Devlin being an adult, it makes it easier for more people to be able to reach out because, he was deemed capable of taking care of himself by a judge. you know Another big part of it is that he didn't have any money. He only had the bridge card, and in order for him to have any way to barter or any kind of currency is through that, right? Because he could say, well, if you take me, this far, I'll buy you whatever groceries or something like that, right? Trade food off for a ride somewhere. But he didn't use his bridge card after Carl's, allegedly. And again, we don't have confirmation on that. Tammy's still trying to get that confirmation with the holiday. I give leeway for that. I'm not going to demand her to give me that information if she hasn't had it, they haven't got a chance to get back to her because of the holiday and all that. So I kind of put that off until maybe next week. Towards the end of next week, I'll probably reach out to Tammy and say, hey, have you heard anything back from the detective? A bridge card with Mama is just a EBT food card, like a food stamp card. Yeah, and he still had quite a bit of money left on it. I'm not sure when, his money hit, per month, but he still had, a little over 200 is to the best of my knowledge. Bo, that's kind of something that that's a theory that I do want to discuss tomorrow, when I release these texts, because I think maybe that could be a strong possibility now that I wasn't like it was maybe a 5% possibility for me, and now it's taken up a little bit more in the theory pie, if you will. Because Devlin was going through a lot. He really was. And it was like coming at him from all directions. And sometimes when that happens, um, it can wear on a person. And right before he went missing, I believe it was 20 days before, he was posting on Facebook that he couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't take Tamra anymore. And sometimes we can be dramatic on Facebook. Sometimes it's a cry for help. Sometimes we want people just to listen and, reach out to us. So we're reaching out into the ether of these social media platforms that, some people care and some people don't. And I think he was reaching out like in a cry for help, to see if anybody cared about him. And if nobody got back to him, which on the post that I read, nobody did get back to him about it. Yeah, that could have been really rough on him, among other things that were going on earlier in that year, in January of 2025. Who is Zach Jackson who has a PlayStation? What, Joe? In my opinion, Devlin knew something. I would get up and out if people were, bitching at me. Yeah, exactly. All the time. All the time, Cinderella. If people were doing that to me all the time, I would too. And that doesn't escape me either. Like, I'm glad that you brought that up, because that's another piece of the theory pie, right? Like, part of me thinks that maybe Devlin was sick of it and took off and decided that he didn't want to talk to anybody. He very well could have done that. I mean, if we didn't try to look at that angle, we would be like Sheriff Snuggle Struggles over there, only operating off of one assumption. Right? And we have to assume different things, or um, whenever we have pieces that are missing, our brain will always try to fill in the blanks. Um, that's what we're wired to do, to understand, right? So that way it makes sense to us. Otherwise, we're confused. We don't understand. Make it make sense, right? So in our brains, we just make it make sense, and we piece things together. And um, yeah, it's not always the best way to do things, but sometimes, when new information comes in, then we could take that out, take the blank that we filled in and put the right piece in. And that's why I do try to talk to the families, because I think that it's important to get it right from the horse's mouth, if they're willing to, if they're willing to talk. It's so sad, Bo, no matter how the outcome goes. And that's why I was, with at this point in the game, 7 months, nobody's heard from Devlin. No one's had a sighting really, of him. No verified sightings. Again, it really makes you wonder about the time frame. And then you're going back to the time frame and you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, if he left the house at this time, it would take him this long to get from point A to point B. Then he'd take this long to get to C to D, right? And then you just keep going, like, where could Devlin's route go? But when he's not caught on any type of cameras in the neighborhood, in the area, from any of the businesses, it's very odd and bizarre. And then I always want to point back to what one of his very, very good friends told me, is that Devlin had a routine, and if he wasn't able to complete that routine, it sent him into a meltdown, right? It made him extremely anxious. He got very nervous. It would be upsetting to him. So for him to not do the same things that he usually does on, say, a Monday, right? His normal walks that we hear about, it's very odd that he doesn't do what he usually does on that Monday, right? And even Sabrina said he was acting out of sorts, because she said it was unusual for Devlin to get up and just be very quiet. Usually he would go on a rampage in the morning. And so I said, "Well, what is he, not a morning person? What sends him into this rampage that you're talking about?" And she just said that he usually will rage out in the morning. But this morning he didn't. He picked up his bedding, he put it up, and then he went to the bathroom, and then he left. And Tamara told me in an email that she was going into the bathroom as he was leaving. And then there's the wacky tacky time frames. Is Sabrina's boyfriend, or does Sabrina's boyfriend have an alibi? No, not necessarily. Sabrina would be his alibi, because they left out together to go to an odd job. So, and I still haven't gotten clarification on the odd job part of it. But I have Sabrina's email, and I thought I might, ask her a couple of more questions to follow up on our interview. Um, so, because I do have a few more questions with her, or for her, and I just don't want to, you know, speak too far on it publicly, but not really, Bo. I'm just gonna say, I'm sure they gave an alibi to the police, but if they don't have any indication of foul play, and the family is saying that Devlin ran away, that they believe, because that's what Tamara said. Tamara said at the bake sale that she can't make him come back home, and that law enforcement can't make him come back home. right? So I'm thinking she's thinking that he ran away. And I think he was miserable, Lisa. I think he was because it was like I'm sure there were people that were very nice to Devlin, but then I think there were other people that were kind of like not so inviting or welcoming to him. And I think it was tough on him. And then not having the safety net of your family is a big deal. And Devlin had gone through it his whole life. He was taken out of Bill and Sandra's house, to the best of my knowledge, when he was 10 years old. Right? Went to go live with the other family. It's so sad, Lori. It is. It's really, really sad. And, um, well, he's suspicious to me for a couple reasons, Chuchi. One being that he said that he moved to Kalamazoo shortly before Devlin went missing. Like, he changed his Facebook status. Why would he do that if and I mean, that's something I would ask Sabrina too. If he doesn't mind answering that for me, like, why did you do that? Because that's one thing that makes me suspicious. And that's the thing, you know, I am open to having conversations with anybody. I just want you to answer me honestly and say, whatever could have happened, right? Well, this happened. And you give me an explanation that makes sense. It's not like I'm going to be like, oh, I think you're lying. No, I mean, I'll consider it, especially if it makes sense, right? And I'm not willing to offer up any of the things that might, that come to my mind, that might make me think twice about that, right? Because that would be offering it up if somebody's listening. But yeah, I mean, that's weird to me that you would distance yourself and say that you moved to Kalamazoo when you really still live in Laco. That doesn't that's not jiving. I pray he's found you, Indigo. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's just like the thing is where could he be, And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Um, did he get into a car? Whose car was it? Who had vehicles available? What vehicles were in the area? You know? And I'm also interested to hear about the eyewitnesses that are all over the internet, but none of them want to come forward. And then one thing I did, ask Mary too, because she had said that she'd searched in some of the back trails over by Thornapple Lake, which is one of the areas I was asking for help with, right, with sonar. And she said she went back in the trails and stuff like that. And I mean, I'm not saying that she didn't at all, but I was just asking, did you tell law enforcement about it so they could put it on that somebody searched that area or whatever? And she said no, that she told Sabrina. So that's what makes it so tough for, when we're talking about this, because we just saw what happened in Rebecca's case. I mean, her body was moved from one location to the other. The police had combed that area, is what I was told. And Casper told me that today. She said, yeah, the police had already combed through that area, and that's where she was found. So, and she was placed there, guys. I mean, that's what the heroes, I call them heroes, that were searching for her and found her. Yeah, they found her just like that. Just lying there peacefully, they said, with her eyes closed. And when we think about that, how long could she have been, deceased? Lisa says, it's just sad to think people can actually treat others the way they treated him. They should be ashamed of themselves. I agree, Lisa. And that's why I was in there fighting for Devlin. I really was, because I was like, I gotta stick up for him, especially knowing everything that I know. And it's probably just the tip of the iceberg what I know, so just putting that into perspective for myself, it's like, oh my God. I mean, good Lord. I don't know. It's like there's no words for it. Yes, please stay on topic, everybody. I mean, it's a good one. We're gonna have um, some good interviews here with Steph's case files. Shout out to her for doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Cinderella, for the blue hearts. Maybe he didn't raise out that morning because he just had enough and just like frick it. Yeah, exactly. Chi-Chi, and maybe he did. Maybe he was like, I'm not talking to any of yous, because like obviously um he actually didn't say much like he usually would. So like maybe, and he also, Sabrina said she was blocked on his phone, so he was already, him and Sabrina were not on good terms, so to speak. Um, you know, yeah, they just it's so bad. It's just not. Hey, NorCal SoCal, good to see you. Probably overstimulated, wake up and transitioning from sleep. Yeah, exactly. Can be high stress time for many when I worked in adult foster care homes. Well, yeah, and I'll tell you, like I'm not 100% when I first wake up. I'm like, "Oh, I need coffee," and like, I'll start trying to text people and stuff, and I'll be like, barely making sense. And I'll be like, "Whoops, no, I didn't mean that." But like, you know, it, it takes some people a while to wake up, and some people just aren't morning people. So I didn't know if it was that, if it was because they were fighting. And I tried to ask a lot of open-ended questions and let Sabrina just talk because I wanted her to tell her side of things. And I'm still interested in hearing everyone's side of things. Because they were there. I wasn't. Maybe, but I doubt it. He didn't rage that morning because he woke up and said he had enough. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Chi-Chi. That's definitely something that he could have done. I could definitely see that as being something like, I'm out of here type of thing. I'm sick of this. I'm not even gonna, entertain you guys today. Um, One thing I will say about Devlin's text, um, is that he absolutely showed more maturity than the adults, in my opinion. And that, that in no way is to be disrespectful. It's just what I'm seeing in there, and then yeah, Devlin would pop off to other people about other people, right? And say, we all know what he said. And then, he would go to that person and be like, I would appreciate if you didn't talk to me this way, right? Or, hey, I don't mind doing things for people if they ask me nicely. Don't order me around, poor Devlin. You know, I don't know. It just, again, I don't have words. Yeah, that's true, Indigo. Loud behavior to silent behavior is an alarm of something going on in his thoughts. Well, and he had a lot that he was dealing with, right? He lost to Bill Tate, right, in 2023. He was not having a, great time of it, mourning, the loss of somebody that he cared for, that he loved. So that's going to be really tough. I don't understand why his cheek or his check stopped. Sorry. I think a lot of this happened because he was losing his benefits, in my opinion. Yeah. Well, he lost them around the time that he was 18, Cinderella. And I know it is odd, but they were trying to get the guardianship, they were holding it over his head, and that was even in the text messages that I showed. Those ones were, back from in 2024 at the end of the year, towards the end of the year, we stopped off on October 2nd. And but there was a lot of contention even about that then too. Like saying Matt was trying to hold it over his head that I'll get, guardianship of you. And I don't know why they were doing that. And then Devlin goes into court and the judge was like, well, if you don't want, anybody taking care of you, that's fine. Right. And goes ahead and gives him, full reign over himself, which, in my opinion, if I put myself in Devlin's shoes, would be not only overwhelming, but a bit confusing, given the fact that he has had people telling him what to do this entire time and micromanaging him, so to speak. And then now he's being told, look, you get to manage yourself, bud. And he's like, probably like, oh my gosh, right? Because then everything falls on his shoulders. And with the toxicity in this family dynamic, it was, ripe for them to use that against Devlin and to mistreat him because of it. There's no doubt in my mind. We're going to get guardianship. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Well, he was already deemed an adult and they were still pulling that crap on him. They just have terrible life, Lori. And, it's hard for them to get out of it. We got to get a jacket for this turd. Joe. Goodness sakes. Why would she do that? Why would you tell Sabrina this is possibly a suspect? Oh my God. I know. I was surprised about that too, Gigi. I'm like, that's not probably the person you want to let know, because here's the thing about the PI, which that's why I didn't say anything about the PI that is already working on this case, right? Because it's like they're not going back to these people and telling them. That's a good thing, right? Unless they were hired by them, then they should be, right? Because that's their, responsibility, their fiduciary duty. But Jessica wanted somebody to look into the Tates. I'm just going to be honest, and I did too. Because that would take them off the table, right? Because she really thinks that they had something to do with it. She just does. She doesn't think her son ran away. And she's been very adamant about that. And, that's okay. That she is entitled to that opinion all day. So in order for her to feel more comfortable about that situation, I thought that would be a good option. And then again, too, I just think it's very dangerous for her to go there by herself, all the way to Michigan. I mean, it's dangerous, So, and we are seeing it so much in the society that we live in today. Right. Seeing way too much of it. And it's, the families involved. Any favorite past childhood spots he might have been drawn to go? Well, and that's another thing. I'm glad you brought that up, Indigo, because Mary, during the live, she said that she would be comfortable doing a poll to the, out to the community, to do billboards with some of the reward money. And, I think that's fantastic. So Casper was looking up, where do you think we should put them? Where's a good place that we can put them where we can get a quote for, how much it's going to cost and everything. And I know there's that I-94. So we were talking about that, but then we were also talking about, do they have more traditional style ones, or do they have the blip billboards? Because we all know from Sebastian Rogers' case that the blip billboards can go up, and there is a cost to it, but it's just like where it's on a digital billboard. So we were looking into that, and that way when she does the poll, she can present that to the community. They're the ones that put money in, guys. They're the ones that, bought from the bake sale. Some of them made goods for the bake sale. So in my opinion, I think that's the best thing. And we were able to come to that compromise today. And, that's why that was what inspired my background, that we got together on the same page, which is amazing, and also I think that it's a good opportunity that I met someone else that's passionate about finding missing people, and we can share out information. So that's what's really, really important. Now, I think that the community might go for it. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I can't really say, but I think it's a good step in a positive direction. It's hard telling if Sabrina is that bright, allegedly, in my opinion. Well, she's very immature, is my thing. Hey, Holly S. And, my biggest thing is that, yes, Joe, I actually do. I have a picture of her boyfriend. She was on the panel. She did send me the picture. I posted it on my community wall. And, there was some talk about him having a scratch on his face. And it looks like a scratch to me. But that's my opinion. But I do think that she can be a bit immature, and I think that it was tough for Devlin, because they were kind of meeting each other, like where where they were kind of like becoming more equals than Sabrina being the authoritarian over Devlin, and I think Devlin was butting heads with her, on that. Absolutely. And the way that they were handling things with Devlin, we'll see because of the text messages, and we've seen some of it already. That nobody was like being an adult. They were, he was really having a hard time, Hey, Shadow. Joe. Oh my goodness. Is that breakfast for you? Oh my goodness. What about the Bloody Mary? You got a pickle. You got to have something in there if you're drinking that much in the morning. Good Lord. You think he's really more than that POS? I do, Joe. I do think he did. Yes, because you know what? Because Devlin's sweet. Because Devlin is kind. Because the unconditional love of a child is that way. I do. I think he mourned Bill Tate. I think he missed Bill Tate. I think he didn't know what to do. I think they guilted him and told him, you're not mourning him enough. And I think Sandra did that, in my opinion, allegedly. You're not doing enough to mourn him. I think Devlin felt very bad. And I think that when he went to church and he would sit and talk to him, I think that maybe he had some heart-to-hearts with him, because he said in his messages to Jessica, I'm going to go up to church and I'm going to sit and talk to Dad. So, in the very least, there was a lot of neglect, no bed, no water, limited use of electricity. I know. Well, and no privacy either, Witchy Mama. And thank you for your comment, because it makes me think, like, I just put myself in Devlin's shoes, and I'm thinking, okay, when I get home, I got to get my bedding out, and I set it on the floor in the living room, but then there's, my sister Tammy, like right there, right? Because it's not like he had any privacy in the living room either. It was just always nonstop. And so, he had to get out of that situation. He wanted to get out, but he also needed to, in order to get the phone charged, in order to buy himself food. Golly, it's very harsh. It's a harsh reality. Cece says, I wonder if he was allowed to use their shower. Can't use the electricity to charge his phone, so I'm guessing that they would not let him use the water either. Well, and Cece, that's a good, I mean, I can see where you would come to that conclusion, and because I'm just going to put it like this, to the best of my knowledge, there was times where the water wasn't working, and then because they were having issues with like the pump and everything, and I'm not like, please don't take my word for gospel on that, because I'm not a plumber or like any kind of, person that knows anything about that. But I know the pipes did freeze over. I know that they have to fill up like the water jugs, and then they put them on the shelf, to use them and stuff like that. So, but I know it was also said that Devlin didn't like to, have like water poured on his head. So he didn't really like taking showers a lot. So I don't know. But they were also, there was evidence of him being kicked out of the house as well. You know, and that's so unfortunate, because that put him in such a vulnerable situation, more vulnerable situation, being kicked out of that house like that, because then he had to do things to have people let him stay with them, right? So he might have been like selling his food stamps off and things like that in order to get a place to stay. Yeah, I agree. Indigo, people telling him what and when to do left him with nobody to talk to when he needed someone the most. Yeah. And there was also a lot of manipulation going on in terms of the adults in his life. They were going back and forth. And, Tammy would say something like, "Oh, he just said this about you." And then Jessica would, well, blah, blah, blah. You'll see it in the text messages. It's just unfortunate. Um, so no one searches by law now because he's an adult. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, Adam Forever 21, that's my problem, because law enforcement has to be invited in by certain certain agencies standards. So like one off the top of my head would be the Texas EquiSearch. So even when the family members reach out to Texas EquiSearch, they have to be invited by law enforcement. So they're a no-go, right? In this case, because Ionia County Sheriff's Office is not going to ask for any help, and they're not allowing any other agencies in to their investigation, much like the Sebastian Rogers case. So with that being said, now we're looking for people who will self-deploy, as Jules, talks about, and go there and be boots on the ground. And, I've been, praying and hoping for someone who really, really cares to help me in Michigan, who is there. And I have some people there, but now I think Casper and we could work together, and she can do some awareness, she can do some things like that that will really, really help the situation and help get Devlin out there. So sometimes God gives us people in the most unexpected ways, um, to help in order to be like, hey, maybe you guys might not agree at first, but this is a good person for you to have in your life, and vice versa. So, I just think that today was a really positive outcome, in terms of getting more boots on the ground, getting more awareness, getting more people searching, um, and I just think it's going to be a good thing, you know. Well, I don't think that Will Hartman has like a big criminal past. And I could be wrong on that. Now I know that Sabrina had said that they had to bail him out of jail, and everything, because it was alleged that she used the reward money to do that. Um, but to the best of my knowledge, it was because he didn't pay his, or he hadn't been keeping up with his child support payments, and that's why they brought him in. So I don't think it was anything criminal per se. But like it wasn't like he has a violent record or something like that. If he does, and I don't, I don't know about it. Um, if you guys have research or something, send it to me. But I don't know that Sabrina or her ex-husband would be okay with, having their little one around that guy then. Um, yes, Meow. Yeah, his own family was doing it to him. Yeah. Yeah, they were not nice to him. They weren't. Hey, Lacey Pear. They just were not nice to him. Aw, Holly S, thank you for your super sticker. Thank you so much. Aw. I'll be waiting, Mary, for that poll. Yes, I know. I'm waiting too. Like I was like, let's see what happens, because and we do need to see what the community says. Because I'm all ears to hear what the community says, Chuchi. I really am because they're the ones that gave from their heart. It's their community. I think it's wonderful to get community involvement. And there might be a lot of people that really want to, vote on that. And I think it's a good thing. I think that's the most fair way to do it, and I'm all about that. So, yeah, it is a great idea, right, Carrie? I think it's wonderful. And, and that's the thing, like the more people that we can network with and that we know of, the better. I mean, the more the merrier to work together. And it is unfortunate. Like I said, guys, I personally am not really pushing to get Jessica and Tamara back together, right? I'm not. And the reason is because they're both adults and I don't want to force them to do something they don't want to do. If they decide it clicks one day and they think, you know what, I'm going to take Lady Freedom up on that offer, and let's all work together, then I'm always going to be okay with that. I'm never going to say no, we're not going to do that. You didn't do it the first time or whatever. I would never do that. That doesn't help Devlin. But I'm not going to have them up here in a cat fight either on the panel. That will never happen either because that's, again, counterproductive. There's already enough bad blood. What are we going to do? Make some more? There's there's plenty. He may have went too far in a confrontation to Devlin. Their actions are more sus than just a random I agree with that, Adam Forever 21. I'm stuck on that, as a matter of fact. I am. And I think as things unfold and as we can piece more together, I think that will really come to light. Was there a confrontation? Was there something that happened? Because it's just there's a lot of things that aren't adding up. And when someone's really adamant about a certain time, right? And then they're also adding activities into the mix, then we have to account for said activities like Devlin going to Family Dollar and jumping in the dumpster, looking around, for cans. That's going to take a little bit, right? Because you're kind of like, looking through bags and seeing if you can't, I'm sure he kind of got good at it, right? So he can find them really fast or whatever. But, we still have to account for the time and the times have to work out. And it still just doesn't work out. If he left at 7:30, 7:28 to be exact from what Tamara told me, he wouldn't make it over to Carl's by 8:21, not on foot. No ma'am, no ham, no Thanksgiving dinner. It just would never be, right? Because time doesn't work that way. Time is very precise. Blessed in Florida. Thank you so much. Prayers for Devlin. Thank you. Hashtag Huckleberry. Yes, they're bullies. They're bullies. They're bullies. They're bullies. You know it? And that's the terrible thing about it is that, Devlin is like trying to just live his life and he's got bullies at every corner because there were also people in the community that were doing it too. and whether they want to admit it or not at this point. And some of them, to my knowledge, Sabrina brought some of them up that they were like high schoolers, right? So sometimes it's like with age, they were immature, but it still doesn't make it okay. Um, and it still should be considered. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree, Indigo. And even, I lost my mom when I was 22, trying to think back now, and I was the oldest one, so I had her for the longest, on this earth. And it was very difficult losing her. So I can't imagine how Devlin had to feel as a teenager, right? Um, it's tough. That's tough. And especially cancer is very hard to watch somebody go through that. They suffer through it. I know, Lacey Pear, I know. And that's me. I'm frustrated too. It doesn't sound like they're really looking for him. Well, and they need a lot of coaxing. Let me just put it that way. And that's across the board. I have to be fair and balanced. And, that's why I did enlist some help too. From Tina, who's his grandma on, his alleged dad's side. But the thing is, Lacey Pear, is that we don't even really have confirmation on who Devlin's father is. And again, I have to be fair, I have to be balanced, I have to report it like it is. And, I don't have any receipts, nor does anyone else. There's a guy named Ed Mansfield out there that swears up and down he's Devlin's father all over Facebook. But is he? And has he searched for him? More importantly, I don't care if you're really his father or not. I don't. We need men to search for Devlin. So please, if you're his father, go search for him. Email me, because I could really use your help. I mean, the fact of the matter is that there is a solution, but it's not going to come to us while we fight about the past or bring up, different things. It should all be considered, though. Right? It should all be put into the file, so to speak. Okay, this is noted. Are we going to spend a whole lot of time on it? Well, we may re-examine it. If it's important, we do, though. It's just like in that interview with that Josh from the lab and Chris McDonough did when they were reviewing the Proud Feet, talking to Heather Cohen. It was like that last part when Katie started talking about, well, it might be trafficking. Oh, or he's in some kind of a basement. I mean, the look on Chris's face was priceless. I mean, it really clicked off for him. And he's like, oh, wait a minute. Hold on, rewind that part. Hold on, let's listen to that again. Okay, I mean, this is where the statement analysis is so important, because if we don't analyze these statements, then we could be missing like a huge part of it, because a lot of times people will tell half truths. I'm wondering if he was the one. Because here's where I was at with it too. Who could have physically hurt Devlin? Like if Devlin felt like he was fighting for his life, so to speak. So this is just a scenario, you guys. This is just, and if you're new here or something like that, just know that this is me theorizing, and that's what we do here too. So let's just say that Devlin had to fight someone for his life. I don't think that Sabrina could physically hurt Devlin unless a weapon was used. We'll just say it like that. So, we put that Sabrina in that box. But then we have another grown man in the household that is about the same size ish, right? He's about 6 foot tall himself. And Devlin, the picture that you see here is him at Bob's barn, right? So that was shortly before he went missing. All of these are the most recent ones that I could find. I mean, he's a tall kid. He's a bigger kid. It's not like he's, small or scrawny. So it would take another man to take Devlin out, in my opinion. If something bad happened like that at the house. Tamara is in a wheelchair, right? Because she had an injury of sorts, right? I know she has a Facebook page and I took it off of there, because it's public. Um, but that's why she's on full disability. So I don't think physically she could do that to Devlin, and on top of that, I don't think she could physically move Devlin to any place or anything like that, right? So, Bless, that's such a good question. Who is protecting Devlin? And that's how I feel right now. I feel very overprotective of him myself because I think to myself, my goodness, he needs somebody in his corner 100% to just be the one that's non-biased for a change and tell his story. Wonderful, Lacey Pear. That's great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I won't put that up, but thank you. Thank you, thank you. I will definitely reach out. Or if you want to reach out to me, like if you don't have an email on your channel, are you a creator, Lacey Pear? For some reason I think I'm following you on Facebook, or not Facebook, but here on YouTube. So that's the thing, Witchy Mama, and I haven't been able to really get a straight answer on this part of it. So Sabrina used the reward money to fix her truck, and then also it's been alleged bailing Will out of jail. But Sabrina and Tamara are saying no, that didn't happen, that they didn't use it for that, they got a loan. But I don't see how they would have been able to get a loan for that. Especially for that purpose. Any areas that need covering with the flyers that no one has covered yet. Yeah, that would be so wonderful. Thank you, Lacey Pear. That would be so wonderful. And I know Carrie was going to pass out flyers too. Hey, KJ Mack. Good morning. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just so important, and a lot of it too. Like we're looking, if you know of any good spots for billboards, or if you know any blip billboards in the area, that would be like so important for us because we're trying to figure out where we can put these as well, just to get the word out more. Because at this point, that's what's so tough about at this point. And then I know Casper was talking about maybe even doing some more awareness, in terms of like doing an event for Devlin. So he is, yes. So Meow, he went missing out of Lake Odessa. So they call it Lako, but Lake Odessa, Michigan. But he also has ties to Hastings, is where his adoptive mother Sandra lives. And then also his girlfriend was living in Vermontville, and he has ties there to friends that live in Vermontville as well. Those were some of the friends that he got in trouble with doing that B&E. Brenda, there is still a B. Brenda and I giggle because I have a $50 reward out for any information on that recliner. I do. I really do. I don't know where that recliner is. I don't. So, Joe, meow. Hmm. Not to my knowledge, Joe. No, not to my knowledge. Hey, Juicy Jules. But yeah, no, mm-mm. No, I think he just got in trouble for the non-payment and the child support. Aw, meow. I'm so sorry. Joe's just always he's always ragging on his mom. No, I'm just kidding, Joe. Good night, Lori. Oh, good night. Oh, I'm glad you were here. Thank you so much. I know they're changing the interface on us, right? Right when I get used to things. They do. Parents do. Sometimes they pick and choose their favorites. See, I have an only child, so I never had to do that, but she'd like to always tell me that, "Mom, you're not allowed to have any more kids other than me." That's what she'd tell me when she was little. Well, Joe, there's direct access from their home to the lake is the issue. So, the bonfires, there was 2 alleged bonfires. Now, that's something that I would like to ask, but, again, if somebody, had these bonfires, I would think that they would, probably tell me, "No, I never." "Oh, did you have a bonfire?" "No, we didn't have any bonfires. What are you talking about?" Um, I know, Holly, I feel that way too. I do feel that way because I think that they feel like he ran away. I really think that we have another situation, and I don't think that there's any malice. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that they're corrupt or anything, which they might be, and I could just totally be missing it. But I don't think it's that. I think it's more that they think he legit ran away, and so they're not trying to, they're just not they're waiting to see if he comes back, they're not putting in the resources that they would be if they thought otherwise or if they figured on foul play. KJ Maxx says, Justice, and the story of the time he was pushed into the recliner sticks in my mind. There was a reason the furniture was changed after the fact. Well, and we've just seen that so much in the other cases that, the Wanderers getting rid of furniture. And here's the thing, it would take a lot of people to get that recliner out. So you would think people would come forward and say, "Yeah, that was me. I helped with the recliner. I helped get it out." Hey, Lil Red, good to see you. Did they know he wasn't coming back, that now they can get some newer furniture since he won't be sleeping in the living room floor anymore? And it seems like an arrangement with Sabrina and the family. Yeah, I mean, and I wondered about that too, because, I wondered about like where all of his things are too. Like, do they have a tote with all of his things? Is there a box? You know, anything, are they saving it like as if he's coming home, or, yeah, his age factors into the mix. I have the feeling as well. Holly says, I have a nagging feeling these autistic kids aren't valued sometimes and not a priority. I agree with that. And I think too maybe parents get like a little bit burnt out, and I understand that, but I also, it's like when somebody can't help it, then you can't really be mad at them for not, doing exactly what they need to do when they can't help it and they need extra help with it. Um, my mom's favorite is the cat, Joe. It is me, or is it me, or is there not an extreme lack of information or interest in the whereabouts of Devlin? That's what we're trying to get more of. That's what we're trying to get more of. in my opinion, we need more coverage. We need more people to, stand up and say, okay, where is he? What happened? Let's pin down a timeline. I will hand it to the locals on Facebook because it looks like they have done that. Although I know a lot of things were erased too. So need to raise PI money, law not going to help. Yeah, and there is someone who's working it, but it's tough because they haven't really come out and said much in terms of, well, it's hard because they probably want to keep it close to the vest, especially in an area where it's a small town, everybody talks. I did send those ones to Jessica and also Tina. Yeah, the Angels Recovery Dive Team, or is it unless it's a different one. But I think it's Angel Divers, Indigo. Yeah, Shadow, and that's the sad thing is like you can't get mad at them, and that's the thing. I think people would get, well, for one, because Devlin would call a lot. I think that was one thing that people were getting frustrated with him about. But in the same way, he was just, reaching out to everyone, and I think he just didn't have, the kind of love that he needed at home. I think that was lacking in a lot of areas, and that's not to bash anybody. That's just, it is what it is. And hindsight is always 2020. I do want to kind of switch gears a little bit, guys, but there'll be a little bit of comparisons in this. But I do want to share something with you guys about Rebecca Park. So the first one I want to show you guys is a short that I made, and this is from the rescue team that was so kind to go searching for Rebecca. So Rebecca Park. Rebecca Park is a 22-year-old who was just found in the state park, and it's very, very sad. It was near her mother's home. I know it was said like kind of in the backyard, but not in her own backyard, but close to, right? Like somebody saying in her own backyard, but not really her property. But she lives right near here. And I'm just going to share this with you without commenting, and let you guys make up your mind. Now, this is one of the heroes that found Rebecca's body after this area had been combed. Very, very, very interesting. Let me make sure. There we go.
The police were at grandma's, and we were like, "Fuck it, we don't want nothing to do with this. We'll just take off."
Okay.
So
okay. So
we
you
went
guys,
about our business.
so you guys were down there. You went down there to the trail.
Yes,
Where the
that's
where we said down there.
I was looking at the mud, and this truck came this way and came to me and said, "Can you help us? Help us?" Then they took us back that way, going back more that way.
Okay, so
and then we're like, "Yeah, we'll go." We're talking far.
We've been there all day, dude. We've been there all day.
All the way straight back. So yeah. It's over. It's over now. It's over. And I mean, it's we prayed. We sat. We prayed. We sat with her. We did. And you know what? We're not religious. I'm going to tell you, we've been fighting this to come out here for about weeks. And we said, you know what? Today we said something new needs to happen. Some process. We just need to go out there. You know, we just need to go. And it ain't like us to get in anybody's business. You know?
I'm so glad. I mean, I'm not saying I'm glad. I didn't know how I was going to be able to handle it when I didn't find it, but like we just wanted her found.
Right.
They moved that body there last night.
They had to. the dirt is so fresh, it's flat. You know how when you pull something and you're cleaning your yard up?
It's snowed. It's snowed. It's rained. It's leaves have all fell. There should not be no empty spot. Like they try to cover up.
They were dragging. They had their PayPal card in their pocket,
and they
were pulling it, and they lost it
there,
right by where the thing is.
I knew it was there. They don't want us here.
I don't know.
Can you all do me a favor and like maybe move down? I think there's a church right down there. If you guys want to go down there, that'd be great.
Just down to the church?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. I don't want anybody here.
Okay. They just told us to come down here, so that's
but I would have everybody down. Who's got?
Okay, guys, so just a really short video, but that's right after Rebecca was found, and the way that they found her just right there, and then the dropping of the bank card, or I think it's a PayPal card. We're going to hear more about that when we watch this next interview with Courtney, who is her mother, her biological mother. But again, I believe she's also adopted, so she has some more family there, which puts some more people in the mix of things, but I don't think that they had involvement, if that makes sense. That's right. Okay, I didn't post it.
Before
1 second. And so, of course, this is courtesy of Steph's Case Files. She did a really great job on the interview, guys. Really did a nice job in just asking really good questions, you know, and more probative, open-ended questions, which was really, really nice because it gave it just gave a lot more context, and then to the characters that you know, I wasn't even aware that there were so many people involved in this. You know, I just figured she was missing, right? And then all of a sudden the sister is arrested, and now, you know, I put in the end of this. Oh, hold on. Let me go ahead and show you the end of that other video, because I did put in. I just kind of wanted that other thing to be fresh on your mind. So hold on 1 second. Sorry, I didn't have to do that. Okay, and that's her weirdo. This guy is so weird, you guys. Like, that's that rich guy, and that's the baby's father. And he's very strange, in my opinion, right? Like, because he's much older than her, and then also, like, he hasn't been charged with her red rum yet. But her sister, Kimberly Parks, was charged with 3 counts, including tampering with witness evidence, including tampering with evidence in a criminal case, lying to police officer during a violent crime investigation, and filing a false report of a felony. Okay, and she's on a $750,000 bond right now. And then we have this little gem. Richard Fowler, charged with 2 counts of delivering math, not arithmetic. He's on $1 million bond. And like, just wow, you know, and he just really looks, I don't know, like a very unsavory character, in my opinion. Which is, you know, remains to be seen. He's still innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. He is. But he's obviously been charged with, you know, such things like
before Rebecca.
And just bear with me here. I don't know why it started playing. Okay. So yeah, just really, really interesting. Yeah, Casper, and you know, we were talking about this case as well. She says, sadly, I've been here from the start with this crap show. Yeah, and I mean, it really, it seems like there's so many people, and then people not being honest, right? Which makes it even harder, because then you're like, okay, what do we believe? And especially some of the bombshells that were dropped on Steph's interview, I was very taken back by some of the things that were said. Also, you guys, I want you to pay close attention. It's so hard, but there's parts in there where you can hear that her boyfriend Brad, or husband, partner guy, is in the background coaching and talking to her. So it's very interesting to hear him tell her something and then she says it, because it's not coming from her directly, like he's telling her to say it. Whether it's her, whether she agrees with him or not, is remains to be seen, but definitely getting coached. Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. She's very awesome, and I think I follow her on Facebook, if I'm not mistaken, too, Casper. Yeah, Joe, so you're probably more familiar too with even Jesse Farber's case because he's out of PA. And also we have our new case too with Zachary Vidal. Just with the um holidays again, I'm just waiting for Cindy to reach out to me before I go ahead and dive into his case because I just want to get some of the details from her instead of if I go on a web crawl or something and start looking for information out there. I might already get like the wrong narrative or something like that. So, all right, guys. So here's this courtesy of Steph's Case Files interview with Rebecca, interview with Courtney, who is Rebecca's bio mom.
They went through my whole entire house. The forensics team was here. The cadaver dogs were here. The sonar was here last night.
Is Brad with you?
Yes.
Were you able to clear up the confusion on his polygraph test or no?
No. They know that he was here this whole time that she's been missing, so.
Right. So we're confused.
Okay, guys. So really quick, I just want to point out that in this statement, and this happens a couple times throughout the interview, Steph will ask a question and it's really straightforward. And then Courtney will come back with something that isn't really pertaining to the question. So she says, did they clear up the confusion with Brad's poly? And she says, she just kind of changes the subject and says that he was here. They know that he was here. Right? So again, that's not what Steph asked her. She said, was everything cleared up with the poly? And she did not confirm or deny that, in my opinion.
Because Kimmy and Rich are in jail. And I have to admit, Courtney, at times we've thought that you and Brad have to know somehow. How do you feel about people?
It's Black Week, the biggest Loop earplug sale of the year. Get up to 25% off. With Loop earplugs, you don't...
And listening to you point them to the trails behind your home, and then the next morning she's found on the trails behind your home.
We were going off of what Kimmy had asked Brad and our assumptions of her asking that were right.
When did the time frame, if you can remember, when did Kimmy start asking you about the trails?
Before
Rebecca went missing? Like how long before?
Yes. Like the set. I think it was like the Saturday before.
The Saturday before. So, so that kind of points to like this was planned, like she may have planned this, like a premeditated type of move.
We thought it was just so that her and her friends could go out trail riding.
I understand. Have you suspected Kimmy this whole time?
Every time that we would bring up like an idea or something, she would, no, that's no good. We're not going to do that. We put a piece of paper on the wall. Well, it's like a whiteboard, and I told her to start writing down ideas and everything, and she's like, no, I'm not.
At what point did you and Brad, this is after Rebecca went missing, looked at each other and said, I think Kimmy is involved in this. Did you kind of know right away, like as soon as she went missing, or did it take a little bit?
When she told us Saturday that she was in the car and she put her on the bus, that's when we were like, that doesn't seem right. Something's not right.
Okay.
But Kimmy said that she was going to tell the police.
Go ahead.
She said that she was going to tell the police about Becca being out of state.
Right. Something like this has happened before, though it's been many years. And that incident in Texas was because the woman wanted a baby. Do you feel like Kimmy done it because she wanted the baby? Or do you think that something nefarious happened and she tried to save the baby?
Kimmy was sitting here on her computer on the dark web. She said that she was looking for her sister, but I don't believe it now.
But what about the baby? Do you think that she would really, because we have one or two situations here, and I hate to talk about it because I know it's your family and I know it's hard to talk about. But the baby is not there, so she either took the baby and done something like the baby's still alive, which we hope, or she tried to save the baby and was unable to. And then the baby is in a separate place. And if so, why not put the baby with his mom? It seems almost evil.
Yeah, and I have to agree here that it seems like super insensitive, right? Because most of the time, especially if it's personal, and if it's, say, a sister that did this, or the father of the child, that they would at least do that last solid, to the victim, and put the baby with them. Otherwise, it is, in my opinion, like diabolical evil. Just completely shows no compassion whatsoever. Oh, hey, Jana. So good to see you, Jana. Thank you so much for being here. Aw, thanks, Chuchi. But yeah, so I mean, it's absolutely sinister. And so I agree here too with Steph. Like, there's only certain things that could have happened here. Like the baby was delivered, and for the purpose of selling the baby on the dark web, right? And that's what Courtney is alleging, that Kimmy was sitting there on the dark web and she could see her on there. And so, my first thought was like, and I know this is her daughter, but like, did you turn her in, or did you at least like tell the police, hey, she was doing this activity, so they could, key into what she was doing? But then again, I also have to remember that maybe Courtney is, in self-preservation mode, and she's being dishonest, and she's also trying to cover for, her boyfriend, Brad, or whatever, or whoever she's trying to cover for. So, and especially, with Casper, she said, she's been dealing with. Yeah, I saw you're like, I came out of character, but it's, it's a very, it's just a very passionate cause, right? This poor girl, she's only 22, missing, and where's her baby? I mean, I'd be the same way. So, and then another scenario could have been that, something bad happened and somebody wanted the baby for themselves, so there's only a couple of different things that could have happened here. And then I also want you guys to remember what the searchers said and how the searchers found her. um as if, and they're going to talk more about that here coming up, but that as if she was just placed there, right? That there wasn't anything disturbed really around her. It was almost like just placed where she was found. So here we go, guys.
I don't know. I can't speculate on it. I don't know what she was thinking. I don't know what any of them were thinking. Because there's one other person that has not been arraigned or booked in yet.
One other person that has not been arraigned or booked in. So we don't know this person's name yet.
No.
You're not talking about Michael Mercer, are you?
No.
Because it was his father who was in jail's PayPal card that was found there by her. What do you think about that?
She said she lost it.
Kimmy said she lost that PayPal card.
Okay, guys, really quick, that Michael Mercer guy, he, I guess, was the one who dropped the PayPal card. And again, we just heard from the searcher, the same one that was interviewed by the news, that it looked as if it was dropped when they were, hovering over Rebecca. So just really, and then now you can hear Brad, and I'll rewind it a little bit. You can hear Brad in the background coaching again. And this is where I get, a little bit worried about this coaching, because, oh boy, right? Like, he should be letting her say it, or maybe he should, hop up and talk as well. So Lady Freedom, contact the public advertising company in that area. They'll probably have a map of where there are billboards. Oh, thanks, Joe. Okay. Absolutely. We will do that. We will definitely do that. I'll write it down. I was looking for my notebook. I found it on the other side. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. But yeah, I mean, that's, one thing that really bugs me is that this guy's in the background. I wish he would take the link or whatever. I don't know what it's called on TikTok, but I wish he would come up and talk instead, and let Courtney say say it from her perspective, because we're going to hear a lot of that coaching.
The person that has not been arraigned or booked in. So we don't know this person's name yet.
No.
You're not talking about Michael Mercer, are you?
No.
Because it was his father who was in jail's PayPal card that was found there by her. What do you think about that?
She said she lost it.
Kimmy said she lost that PayPal card?
Yes. She told us that she lost it. She just didn't know what happened to it. She was going to have to get a new one, she said.
What I have to admit, Rich is a yucky person. I've called him that word. But I said, I don't think he's involved here. I think I was wrong. I know I was totally wrong here, maybe, because everything is alleged, and everybody's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. What do you think has happened here between Rich and Kimmy? Do you think Rich is going to be charged with tampering with evidence, or will he be charged with homicide as well? Or both?
I don't know. I have a source that said he called last night and there was no emotions about Becca. There was no emotion about the baby. There was no emotion at all.
Stabbing your face with needles. sounds terrifying, but here's the reason why you may.
Did he proclaim his innocence in any way to this person?
No, he told her that he admitted it.
Oh, really? So that's on a recorded jail call?
From what I'm understanding, yes.
Oh, man, they will use that against him in court. This whole time I didn't do anything. I've not done anything. And you let a searcher come in and look. You opened up your home. You said, one thing that she mentioned, though, that there was new paint. Did you all recently paint the walls?
We've been doing this for over like 2 months now. The remodel has been going on for like 4.
Okay, so again, guys, that's not what Steph asked her. She said, have you guys painted? Have you put fresh paint on the walls? And instead of her saying, yeah, we painted, but we've been remodeling for a while, or something like that, she diverts attention away. It's like, yeah, well, we've been doing that for a while. So that had to have kind of struck a chord, in my opinion, and it's kind of something that I kind of earmark in this interview as something, again, where she can't just answer her definitively or with a straight answer. Hey, Deafening Silence, good to see you. Brad was awfully defensive about faking the poly. He yelled at my friend over it. Oh no, Casper. And see, I think that's what she was talking about. Steph was, when she's talking about the confusion with the poly. So failing it is a big thing, right? I mean, and especially, when it's a yes or no questions, and then also some questions can be truthful and some can be deceptive. So hopefully he wasn't deceptive on the whole thing. Oh my. And Casper says, Courtney and Kim spent 2 weeks lying and digging each other. They both guilty, in my opinion, from what I saw. I'm thinking that there's absolutely guilty knowledge involved here. And then throwing each other under the bus is a big one. Who was the person that stated a while back that the baby was in the NICU at the hospital? I didn't hear that, Cece. That's interesting. And, I don't know if Casper has heard that too, because I know there was a lot of stuff around. A lot of people, especially because, again, so heated because of the baby. In Detroit, she says, okay, my question is, listen to all of these mothers, all of these children. Do you see a pattern here, or is it just me? The detachment and no worries or tears when you are talking about your flesh and blood. And, that's one thing that gets to me in this interview to Detroit, because twice she pushes someone else under the bus for not having any emotion or tears. And the only time we see a change in Courtney's demeanor is when she gets angry and she says, they better find my effing grandson. And so the only time that we see any emotion is anger. And that always sends up red flags for me, especially in a situation like this where you're tender hearted. You just found out that your daughter was, found out in the woods, in of all places near your home. And then somebody, absolutely must have planted her there, so to speak. KJ Max says, yep, Detroit dissociated, completely disconnected, right? And it's very, it's like red flag city, red flag city. When I heard this, I was blown away by just the amount of inconsistencies in the statement, and then also just the lack of wanting to answer any of Steph's questions, which are really basic questions that are just very easy. And again, going back to this, did you guys paint? And she says, well, we've been remodeling for 4 months. And don't forget that a lot of times these people are watching the podcasts in order to see what's being said about them, so that they can come out and talk about it and kind of cover their tracks, so to speak. So always look out for that.
I sat in my house last night with 2 officers watching me and my family.
Right.
And they noticed the carpet wasn't changed. They noticed that the couch that everybody said was cut out, they noticed that it was ripped and everything.
Okay.
I have a 120-pound dog. As you guys seen in the video when I told them about Kimmy, he breaks my couches down very quickly. So I have to get new couches probably every 6 months because of him.
Okay, so we also have some torn up furniture. Obviously, people are speculating and saying, you know, what happened to the furniture type of thing, which is, I think, is valid. Casper says she said that the night before Becca was found, Kim told her she put Becca on the bus to Tennessee and the baby was in the NICU there. Okay, so that's really interesting because I do remember at the very end of this interview, and now this is a piece of it, guys. This isn't the whole interview, but at the end of this one, she does say that very thing. So that makes sense. Okay, so because that's why she got into the car, and then they were going to drop her off at the bus, and she was headed to Tennessee. But I must have missed the NICU part. Wow, that is interesting. And you know, they did find there was a couple of babies just recently. Carrie sent me, and she was talking about it last night in chat. I just thought that the baby was a little bit too young, but then again, when we hear about the condition of Rebecca's body, I don't know if they like kidnapped her, kept her for a while, and then, you know, the baby came naturally, or how that all transpired. Because it's still so new to me, but up in the air. Oh my gosh, your videos are so wild too. They are. Oh my gosh, I was like, wow, you know, and everyone was really, and then you have the dog, and everybody was really up in arms, and oh my goodness, that is, yeah, that's so interesting. 2 weeks ago, she said on Facebook there was a 3-day-old baby in the NICU, and someone snitched her out. There's screenshots on TikTok. Oh, very interesting. Wow. Wow. It's on this channel. Okay. Wow. Oh my goodness. I know. Choo choo. My feelings exactly. That is wild. That is, I mean, oh my goodness. And I'm just praying they find this baby. I know you guys are too, but it's just like, you know, where could this baby be? You know? Oh my gosh, I bet. I bet. Because there's definitely logistically for this to all have transpired, you know, everyone would have had to work together in order to make this happen. Wow. Wow.
And what about the truck? Did the police look again at the truck while they were at your house?
Yes, they did. Did not find anything. They left my truck here. Had they have found something and really thought that it was used in any of this, they would have taken my truck. And my truck is still here.
Right. We know by visual testimony from people who found your daughter. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that. That she was laid there peacefully with her eyes closed, obviously in a spot where she would have been seen because that spot had been searched before. And I think they narrowed down the timeline that she was probably moved overnight. If she was at Kimmy's with Kimmy or Rich, would they go so far as to bring her all the way back over behind your house?
I don't know. They weren't telling me any details last night when they were here.
I mean, I guess I'm asking as people. I guess I'm asking as people, are they capable of doing that like a slap in the face to you all, maybe trying to frame or pin it on y'all by placing her behind your home?
Well, she wasn't behind my home. She was out on the trails away from my home.
Right.
But this whole time they have tried to frame me. This whole time. And I've stand tall. And I told everybody, I didn't do anything. Brad didn't do anything. They're trying to frame him also during all this.
Did Kimmy ever come get her wallet?
The police took her bag last night.
And the wallet was in the things that they took?
I don't know. I don't know what was in her bag. We just handed the bag over to the police.
Because we are all trying to, and listen, you don't owe us an explanation, and you don't have to get up here and speak. So we appreciate your time, and especially during this hard time. So I want you to know that that is appreciated and respected. We're just trying to get down to the bottom of what happened here so that we can go find your grandson. Rebecca, we feel is at peace now, and she's being taken care of, but we have a baby to go find. Do you in your heart of hearts feel like your grandson is alive?
I do. I hope he is. But we don't know what he looks like. Nothing.
Right.
We don't have a clue.
What if you could clean your retainer at the touch of a button? No more brushing or tablets. Over 4 years ago, our team of engineers...
If Kimmy took the baby and the baby is still alive, she has another child. She has a child, right? Kimmy does?
A little girl, yeah.
And she lives with her boyfriend, and grandma or mom live in that home. I guess my point is people would notice this newborn baby around, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Is her, I don't know if you know her boyfriend's family, but are they the kind of people that would keep a secret like that?
No, they are not people like that.
Rich lives with his...
I've known his family since my first son was born. Her boyfriend's uncle actually was implicated to be my son's dad when he was born until the blood tests come back. And I've known that family ever since.
And let you know that, and or I can call. I don't mind.
The police will be checking, but I would respectfully ask everybody to stay out of this investigation so that we can find my grandson. Because with everybody being in this investigation now, look what happened. Look how long it took. Had everybody just left it alone and let the police do their job, we could have had a different outcome, maybe.
I feel like the pressure from the media made her or someone, whoever did this, move Rebecca to a place where we could find her. I feel like
I have to agree with Steph here. And, you know, guys, I think that's why public pressure is really a good thing, as long as it's applied like in a way where it's kind of pushing towards something, you know, a goal of some sort, not just, you know, bashing the police or saying, oh my God, you're not doing your job, things like that. But just the public pressure, you know, people sharing the story out, people saying, where is the baby? You know, where's Rebecca? Where's the baby? Where's this? You know, and that does help push for people to do something, you know. And so I think it's a good thing, even though I know that it sometimes it causes some negative outcomes, but more positive than negative. And I think the reason why Rebecca was found is because of the public pressure. So, you know, I do think that that's a good thing.
If we hadn't put so much pressure, maybe Rebecca would have never been found.
We feel that way too, but now there is an infant that needs to be found, and the police are doing everything they can to find him, and we want to bring him home.
They create the boxes where they can be dropped off so you can call us. So.
What was that, Brad?
Yeah.
How does he feeling about all this? The accusations, he had to take the polygraph and all of that. What's going through his mind?
So much. He's just beside with all this because of everything that's happened, the way everything has gone. He's been implicated as a murderer on Facebook, on your guys' shows. This is...
He can't get a job.
He's been like mumbling, trying to figure out things, and we've been trying to figure out why. What's the reason behind all this? And we can't figure it out. And none of them questions are ever going to be answered because neither Rich nor Kimmy is going to tell us anything. Or the other person.
Let's go back to the other person. You said they have not been booked in, though they will be. Do you think their charges are going to be homicide, or did they help in some sort of way?
Somebody else is being implicated as in having the baby, that they took the baby from here.
Okay. They took the baby alive from here?
Alive from my house. She was at my house with a baby, and they're saying that baby is Becca's baby.
You talking about Ashley?
I'm not going to disclose that.
Because I don't know if you've seen the video going around of her getting in a car at your home, and it looks like she has a baby or something in her arms.
She does not have the baby. She did not have a baby when she was here.
Okay. Because it could be, we thought maybe it could be a rolled up jacket or something, but that's kind of what's going around right now. Oh my.
No, all she had was keys in her hand.
Oh my. Is there any jealousy between Ashley and Kimmy? Even though they're not, I mean, if Kimmy's having an affair with Rich and Ashley's his ex, that sort of way.
No, I never got that vibe from them when they were in the same place.
Okay, guys, so one of the older motives, right, other than money, is affairs, right? Especially for us Dateline fans out there. So, it changes the game. And I think that was such a good question for Steph to ask. And it also just kind of put it out there into the story, right? That we do have this person, Ashley, that she, is an ex of Rich, and would there be animosity or would there be jealousy or any type of, bad blood between them, or any type of a beef, current or otherwise, any type of jealousy, because those are all motives. Those are all reasons to hurt Rebecca. And I just think, just well done on Steph's part there.
Do you think Paige is involved?
No, Paige is not involved. She was going to take the rap for Kimmy and everybody, because there's one more person that they will be questioning, and I don't know what's going to happen with that, but she was going to take the rap just so all this would stop immediately, and Paige didn't do anything.
Okay.
Yeah, and see, I don't understand why Paige would take the rap. So maybe Casper, you can help us out there too, because I don't get why somebody would, I understand maybe doing it for, a family member or something like that, but why would Paige say she did something she didn't do? and I agree here too. The question is who did it and who helped, because I think people could have had definite guilty knowledge as well and not really like direct involvement, but they could know. Again, especially if the baby is alive and well and they were planning on selling that baby on the dark web, well, they had to care for that baby. Somebody bought that baby formula, right? Because his mother wasn't there to feed the poor baby, which breaks my heart in a million pieces. Yeah, Brad, come to the mic. Brad, come to the mic. We have some questions for you, especially when you're in the background answering questions for Courtney. Yeah, yeah, 100%. Yeah, and I think people had to have helped. Now she says that, Rich's family would never be okay with, harboring this baby with this knowledge, but we just don't know. They could be hauling 10 more people in for all we know. And then of course I am curious about some of these other names mentioned. Michael is one, obviously, with the bank card or PayPal card. Another person of interest would probably be Paige or Ashley. All good people to kind of look at. And I do think they are. Yes, I think that they are, probably, Rich probably provided them with, mathematics, not arithmetic, in that sense of the word. Um, yeah. Cece says, right, Chuchi, another man doing the talking behind the scenes. And you can kind of make out what he says, guys. And I did turn the volume up all the way just to see if you put your earbuds in, you can kind of catch bits and pieces. But then with Steph being on the mic, there's sometimes when she will kind of drown out the noise in the background. But there's a couple times where it's quiet and he's telling her, like, where Steph would ask the question and then you can hear him answering it in the back, which is, again, yeah, something we're used to seeing. Casper says the whole crew seemed to be, or excuse me, the whole crew seemed to have had a hand at this point. It's a story after story and no accountability ever. And I agree with that, especially because that they're all just kind of pointing fingers at each other. And then, maybe this Page person was being pressured to take the rap is another reason why I think, she might have agreed to take the rap or was thinking about taking the rap. But there's also questions there, why would she do that? None of them really seem to care about one another. It's actually really sad. Yeah, and especially like we don't hear that emotion at all, as if they're like an outsider looking in, very disconnected. Casper says all of the adults being RSOs was a lot too, like, that was off-putting. Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't know much about that until you mentioned it, and I'm like, oh no, because that does play a role in it because they're predators. In my opinion, the way I see an RSO as a predator, they're preying on people's weaknesses. It's usually people that they know, and then we have them surrounding this victim. It's not a good look at all. Chuchi doesn't believe this bitch, she says. Yeah, I mean, she's definitely not a believable, not a reliable source or credible source, in my opinion. Casper says Paige lied too a lot. Yeah, I wonder what was prompting her to do it, if it was like on her own accord or she felt like I'll take the rap, you know. Yeah. Yeah, Justice says exactly, lady, why would she take the rap? Bingo. Yeah, I mean, I personally would never. I'd be like, I didn't do it, I wasn't, I promise I didn't, I'd be pleading like, don't look at me, but then this one's like raising her hand. Like, what's up with that? They all lied for each other and to each other. It seems very confusing watching in real time. And that's what makes me think that they may all have guilty knowledge, because I think that behavior speaks, volumes, even though they're not being truthful. Oh my goodness. Oh no, Chuchi, I'm so serious. Every single adult, even Paige's mom. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and they're lying and they're pointing fingers. Oh my gosh, every adult. Oh boy. Oh, that is not good. If they moved her body, then they should definitely be DNA or body fluids in the vehicle. Well, and I don't know why they didn't take her vehicle in Courtney's, that is, for processing. She said they didn't take her vehicle, they left it. But don't you think they would have done like a little bit of a once over on it and just made sure, or, sprayed a little bit of luminol in there, something, right? Because, I mean, anyone's vehicles. Now, I don't think that they've found that black vehicle that everybody's talking about. I heard in one report that it was a Cadillac, but now I'm hearing that it was an Impala with like the tinted windows. So we don't know where they moved the body from, but we know the body was not in that spot days prior. Yeah, and you said they had combed over that and that you guys had been in that area. The way that she was placed is definitely, in my opinion, staged. Had to have been staged, you know? Oh, I think I thought that was a good one, Casper. I really did. Oh no, I'll change it. I can change the background. Aw. Hold on a second. Let's see what I got over here. I have one for Devlin, but this one says 9 months, or excuse me, 5 months, my background here. Um we'll do even though it's Christmas time, we haven't gotten our Christmas StreamYard backgrounds yet. I still have a couple of Halloween ones back here. She said some serious stuff. Okay, hold on. Let me see. No, not at all, Casper, not at all. Oh my goodness. She says drugs also sick minds contaminated. Well, and that's when I heard that he's on $1 million bond for, the math, right? Ooh, that was a big indicator because I believe that, Justice, I say they're 8 up, right? Because it's just like they're not thinking correctly, they all seem scared of Courtney. Oh, wow, that's really telling. Yeah. She doesn't seem like a very nice one though, Listen to what Becca's friend said. I have it on my shorts. Okay, I will. I will. And I'm gonna drop your link too, Casper. She said some serious stuff. Wow. Is Courtney the ringleader? That's a good question, Chuchi. Oh, okay. So the dog's alerted on her truck. I wonder why they didn't take it for processing. She said in another interview that I watched, but I didn't include it on here, that it was from, goodness sakes. She said she had to leave her house for like 1 to 2 hours while they searched it, that she couldn't come in. I think it was between midnight and 2 a.m., if I'm not mistaken, but don't quote me on that exactly because I'm not 100%, but I think that's what I heard earlier from Courtney, when she told that to Steph. I don't know why Courtney would be involved, Joe, except for that it seems like some of the planning and stuff had went down at her house, because she said that she gave Kimmy a whiteboard and said, write down ideas on the whiteboard, and she didn't want to. And she said that was a big red flag to her. Birds of a feather. That's a good that's a good explanation too, Chuchi. Yeah, birds of a feather. Courtney didn't raise these girls, and she spoke poorly of them, lied, like the stories they have all about Courtney. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and was the adoptive family okay? I mean, I'd imagine they didn't have that type of a record, you know? No, I don't know about the lasagna. I'm afraid to ask though now. Hey, Tiana, good to see you. Oh my gosh, yeah, I'm nervous now to scroll down and chat. Shadow says like Madeline Soto. Yeah. Oh my goodness. And gosh, you know, with all of these like older men, that's what worries me. I'm not saying that all older men are, you know, bad for dating younger girls or whatever, but it just I think he just looked too old for her, you know? And then also when he's a math guy, um, not a mathematician. Um, yeah, so the foster mom or the adoptive mom, I don't think is part of it. I don't. Lasagna makes me hungry, Chi-Chi, right? I know. Now I'm wondering if there was like a food fight that we don't know that we don't know about. Is that or did they poison someone's lasagna? Oh no. Joe says, is that her pimp's name bad? No, I don't know what the tattoo is, Joe, but I can't lie. I was wondering the same thing myself. It's some sort of old English like writing. I know that, but it looks old, like she got it a long time ago. Casper says no. Kim told everyone Courtney made them individual lasagnas and hers tastes like bleach. Oh, oh my gosh. Mm. Oh boy. I'd be afraid of Courtney after that too. I'd be like, either you either you didn't rinse this plate off good enough or you're trying to kill me. Oh my gosh. Detroit says, but it's not like sharing a room with his sister. She technically his grandma, just saying. Oh, I know exactly. With Devlin. Mm-hmm. I agree, Detroit. Yeah. Well, it's just like no privacy for either one of them because if just say that they weren't having the best day together, you know, and then they're like stuck in the same room together, you know, and nobody can go into another room. It creates tension, you know, to say the least. Um oh my goodness, they were trying to poison. Oh, see. Oh Lord. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Chuchi. Let me also grab that. Yeah, that is oh my gosh, you know. Well, no wonder they're scared of her because they're like, you know, I'm gonna end up getting the bad piece of lasagna next time, you know? Like, I'm gonna end up being the one to get the bad piece of lasagna. Wow. That is so wild. That is so wild. Oh my goodness. And, like, again, why would you want to live in a house like that? Like, I mean, that would be yeah, I'd be afraid like, to take a drink of water or something thinking that there was something put in there. Um, talk about Dateline episodes, that's one of the ones we would see on there. Um, let's see here. I know that I just subbed up. I tried to find you. Hold on a second, and it'd probably be in my subscriptions. Let me go ahead and look. It's not like on my cell phone where I can just see. Oh, there we go. Okay, I found it. Never mind. Oh, there you are. Hey. All right, I gotcha. Yeah, and guys, on Casper's channel, she got some really good shorts that were just wild. Like, I mean, you see her dog that she's talking about in this interview. Um, crazy. Um, oh my gosh, it's so crazy. Beyond. Okay, there we go. Deafening Silence says, in my opinion, they sage the body to divert attention so they can move the baby while everyone is focusing on that. Also, the RSOs do bizarre things for each other that we would never do, like take the fall, especially women. Oh, gotcha, Deafening Silence. That is such a good point. Yeah, I can definitely see that. That is very interesting. And I do think that they definitely knew. I'm thinking whoever, was involved knew all what was going on because they were watching and a part of it all. And see, that's what always makes me so nervous with having people a part of things because it's like, ooh, we don't want to tell them, I mean, I need a vacation after this case. My brain hurts, right? I bet. I bet. I mean, they were loud and obnoxious and crazy, 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 you know? Um, step grandma. Yeah, step grandma. I was around for some of Sebastian. Yeah, Casper Sebastian's case really took a lot of twists and turns. You know, and he's still out there missing. I went recently to Tennessee, um, you know, and attended an event with his dad and Jen, one of my good friends now, Jen, astrology for mystics. And she does the astrology mapping charts, forensic I was gonna say astronomy, astrology, excuse me, for the Find Me Foundation, or Find Me group rather. I always say that wrong. I don't know why I call it a foundation. Um, yeah. Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah. These cases are they're a lot. They are a lot. Um, I got so focused with local cases, I lost touch with Sebastian's. Yeah. I mean, and there's been a lot going on up in Michigan as well. You know, a lot, a lot, a lot. So, it's one of those things where it's just really, really sad. Lady Freedom, so who was he boofing the decent? Oh, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. It sounds like there was a lot of that weirdness going on, you know? I plan on doing updates for any fundraising the community may want to do for Devlin too. I'm hopeful we can get the can raise that amount and get his face out more. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think the and shout out to Munchie too, like for bringing up the billboards because I think that's so important. And I know that there were a lot of them put out for Sebastian too. And then in Crystal McCrory Jones's case, they put like the physical, like I call them the old fashioned billboards, but you know, the ones that are actual billboards that don't change, they're not digital. And you know, it was effective. She put one up for her sister, Justice for Crystal, because her husband actually, in my opinion, took her life and she did not take her own life. And so where they put the billboard was strategic and it was right there where, you know, the police had to see it because he was a police officer. So that one was a little bit different, but it was very effective. And, you know, they had to see it when they were rolling in every day. So I'm guessing that could be effective, you know, for anybody who has information on Devlin too, you know. So thank you, Chuchi. Thanks, Cece. There's only 3 things that happen here. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. There's only a few scenarios that would work. Seems like there's a lot of players though. I think that's the tricky part about this case. And then finding out where the baby is. Now with the autopsy pending, it's my understanding that they're going to be able to tell more obviously about where she's been, when the TOD is, right? And we can really make a difference there as well. You know, we really can. Thanks, Casper. Yeah. I was like that on TikTok. That's why I was like, I'm no help. Don't ask me how to do anything over here. I'm so like new. I was just hoping I didn't click the live button on accident and then all of a sudden I'm live on TikTok and I didn't even know what was going on, you know. Yeah, this is one of the interviews. Yeah, this is actually Courtney talking with Steph.
It wasn't Paige that was in the car. There was 3 in that car. Kimmy, Rich, and this other person were in that car the day that Becca was picked up.
And you said you saw Rebecca get into the front passenger seat, so this person would have been in the back seat?
Yes.
Do you think, can we talk about that vehicle?
Would have been the driver.
Right. Do you The vehicle you said was black with tinted windows, looked like an Impala with no license plate. Where would Rich get a car like that, or Kimmy? Do they know somebody, you think?
They know somebody, and I'm not going to bring that person's name out because I don't know where the detectives are on that yet. I don't want anybody to try to get into the case and be involved and it go sour like it did when they were trying to find my daughter.
Courtney, this whole time I want you to understand that as a collective, as a media collective, we've just been trying to get down to the information we needed to bring Rebecca home.
Okay, but you guys were pointing fingers at the wrong people. The wrong people this whole time. I've stood strong.
We've accused everybody.
That I told them.
Yeah, I'm just going to be honest.
That, but
I'm just going to be honest. We have. We've thought you've been a suspect. Bride's been a suspect. Kimmy, Rich, everybody's been a suspect and discussed because we don't know what's going on. We're just trying to figure. And it's not that we are trying to solve a crime per se. We were just trying to find Rebecca and the clues that we needed to find her.
Yeah, that, and that's the thing too, guys, because I know it's like the double-edged sword, and I understand it in a certain way. If you do put yourself in the family's shoes, and it's like, okay, well, you got this part wrong, or you're accusing the wrong people. I think that everyone's a suspect, especially when someone's missing, right? And especially the closest people to them or who had access, because we always look at means, motive, and opportunity. So who has the means, who has the motive, and who has that opportunity to commit this crime if there was a crime committed? Sometimes there's not. There doesn't always have to be a victim or a villain in these cases, except for the victim, right? But there's not always a villain, because sometimes these people, unfortunately, statistically speaking, it's rare, but they do take their own lives, or something nefarious does happen where they are abducted or kidnapped or something like that. But that's why we always look, at everyone at first. And, I appreciate Steph, standing her ground and just saying, look, I'm not, trying to be judge, jury, executioner here. I'm just trying to find Rebecca and, letting the clues lead me to where she is. And I think that we are all capable on YouTube or even TikTok, any of the social media platforms, in helping to solve a crime, because it just takes one little bit of information to kind of crack a case wide open. So if there is something that is amiss, we can absolutely figure it out. And a lot of us spend more time than even law enforcement does on social media, listening to statements, analyzing, and going over them. But then again, I also understand that the police have the training, the expertise, they are the authority. So but I think it's a good thing that we discuss these cases and we discuss who may be involved, because again, this public pressure, it draws the people out. It really does. It makes them come up and talk and want to clear the air, so to speak, or set the record straight. And sometimes they do, because they are innocent, but then other times they'll come up and they'll think they're doing really good, when in reality they're telling on themselves. They're giving us little nuggets of truth that can really be what cracks the case wide open. So I think the public pressure is a good thing, and I do think that what the true crime community does, especially when it's done like how Steph is doing it, asking the questions, having the family up on the panel, talking, researching, already knowing ahead of time, she knew who these people were. She's like, do you think Paige is involved? Do you think Ashley could be, there could be jealousy there, blah, blah, blah. Those are the questions that are important, because also it makes the other person think like, oh, wow, this person knows already. So it makes them a little bit more truthful in that regard. So, really well done.
So everybody's been under the microscope just for the sake of bringing Rebecca home, because she's been the most important part of this whole story.
Yeah, well, I hope they rot in hell because of what they did to my daughter. Literally, you don't do this. People don't know what it feels like to lose a child if you've never lost one. And I swear, I hope and I pray that Becca gets the justice that she deserves and my grandson is found.
So in a way, you've lost two daughters.
I've lost one because she was murdered and the other one because she did murder her. So not only have my other grandbabies lost their mom and their aunt, or their aunt and their mom, now it's just a huge circle.
Have you guys told Grandma?
My grandma's aware, yes.
Is she okay?
I do believe so. I don't know. I'm sure my sister has contacted my grandmother.
Will you have a funeral for Rebecca?
I do not know what Stephanie has planned.
Do you think you'll be invited?
If I could have my choice, I would definitely get everybody together and go out to where they found her and do something. Put a cross there, do something.
Looking at that scene, I mean, it's apparent that she was moved there recently.
I don't know. I do not know. I have not seen pictures. I have not seen any of that, and I do not want to.
Well, the description was that she looked like she was just put there. I'll just leave it at that. And that she was moved. And that's so important, because where she was moved from will tell us, who all is involved. And I remember you saying that Michael Mercer had been running Rich up and down the road in front of your house. Do you think they were scoping out a place, those trails, allegedly, at least Rich, allegedly, to find a place to put his fiance?
Rich knows the trails. We've went trail riding back in there. Like 3 summers ago, we used to go trail riding back there when I needed to escape from taking care of my mother. Newborn. Anybody that has a newborn, if you see one, I don't care, little or not, make sure you call it in, especially if you're skeptical about it. Let's try to bring him home. Bring my grandson home. Baby Park, let's bring him home.
The police last night, did you watch the press conference they had last night?
I did. I watched it online with the 2 officers sitting here.
When they asked him in the press conference about this baby, and they wouldn't comment whether they're the baby, if there was a baby. I felt kind of like, shouldn't we have an urgency here to confirm if a baby's missing, right? They didn't. I know there's an investigation, but that part, if they could, confirm that part and say, we need to be looking for a baby, why do you think they didn't want to talk about it?
I don't know. When they come here yesterday, I asked them, where is my grandson? How much more time are you guys going to fucking waste on not finding my grandson? Find him now. Stop wasting your guys' time and go find him.
Okay, guys. So I think it's really, really interesting and notable right here that Courtney shows the anger emotion, and she doesn't ever, at least in this part of the interview that I'm reviewing, show emotion at all except for this anger, right? Everything else, we have a baseline established for Courtney. She's disconnected, right? No emotion, but then all of a sudden she goes from 0 to, off the charts with this, find my effing grandson, right? And so it's like, it's a real head scratcher, it's a real head scratcher, because here we sit just listening to her, and she just goes straight for, why don't you find my effing grandson, right? And then back to her original baseline. And whenever we see that, I think it's like something that we should know, and maybe try to figure out why she's showing the anger over emotion.
And they're like, we have to do the forensics.
Go ahead.
They were like, we have to do forensics and we have to wait for the search warrant, and they're just wasting time. Find him. Bring him home. It's all we have left. She's not here anymore, but he might be. And that's the hope that we're going to stay with, because we're not going to give up hope until he's home.
I hope they find him and find him safe. And if so, would you take custody of him, or would that go to the adoptive parents?
He would probably go to the adoptive parents.
Have you heard from them at all?
No. I have not heard a soul from anybody. Only threats.
See, and I do have to second that turd comment there, Casper, because, he's in the background, and she, he's coaching her again. He's like, in the threats, right? But the threats about what? They don't elaborate. It's not like, well, we were threatened about this or that. It's just, there were threats, right? And Chuchi, you got me cracking up saying you can smell them from over here. Yeah, and by all accounts, it seems like the adoptive mother is a decent person. Yeah, thanks, Casper, for confirming that. From your experience, adoptive mom is good from what we know, and abided by what she was told, and she's protecting the kiddos, and that's good, right? That's good to know. And there is going to be a question about that later on, even with Courtney, and she seems to know that, if the baby does turn up and the baby's safe and healthy, that the adoptive parents will probably, the baby will probably go to them. But that's coming up here really soon.
This is tough. But that night, when you saw her get into the black car, at that point, you didn't have any idea who was in the car. Though a couple of days ago, you said Kimmy was the one in the car. Is that because they told you Kimmy was the one in the car down at the station? Or did you think that Kimmy was in the car? You just had no idea who was in there?
At first, I didn't know who was in the car, and then Saturday before all this happened, Kimmy told me she was in the car. And then Brendan let it out yesterday who else was in the car.
Did she tell you what happened once Rebecca got in the car?
She didn't say. She didn't say a word. All she said was she took her to the bus stop and put her on a bus and sent her in Tennessee.
Okay.
Okay, guys, sorry about that. I was muted still. So, this is very, very interesting, because here we have Rebecca Forever 21. She needs or excuse me, 22, Forever 22. She needs justice because there's obviously foul play involved, and now her baby is out there missing. So where is her baby? And here are some pictures I just want to share. I'll take the volume down just so that way we can talk through it. But here's her with I believe it is maybe her niece, or excuse me, her nephew. He looks like he's wearing, gray stripes. He's a cutie pie. But she's over there holding her little peanut there, and you could just see, like, just on her face, she just looks proud, and like she's a nurturing soul, in my opinion, without knowing Rebecca. So she pregnant when she went missing, 22 years old, Wexford County, Michigan. Her father did confirm that she was found by the search party. There is an autopsy pending. She has been missing since November 3rd. So, she was found less than, a month after she went missing. And, I gave her a little halo. We've done that, for Crystal, our beautiful Crystal McCrory Jones here. And, I'm a believer, so I believe that she is, in a better place now. It's just so very, very sad. And I do believe this guy is a monster, guilty. So he's guilty in the court of public opinion. I put a lot of this stuff in here just for entertainment purposes, guys. So, but I think it's so odd, that there's so many weird characters in this case, and that's including the the immediate family, and then of course learning more. And thank you so much, Casper, for bringing that to our attention as well. Knowing that there were registered SOs and predators among her, it's very interesting. Cough, cough, bullshit. That's funny. All right, I'm gonna go up in the chat a little bit more. Detroit says, you have to call in for permission at the local fire department to have a bonfire. My sister has to call every time, or she could get a big fine. My family lives in mid to upper Michigan. Same rules. Oh, that's interesting, Detroit. Okay, I didn't know that. I wonder what the village rules are, in Lako Village. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Chuchi, I get those vibes too, acting like KK and CP. CP's dictating in the background, and then, KK says, but this guy's a little bit more soft-spoken with it, and he's a little sneakier, which kind of bothers me a little bit, I won't lie, because I'm like, he's trying to kind of coach her, and he's not being really loud to where you can hear him, over her, anything like that. It's like he's trying to be like, hey, say this. So, oh my goodness, really, just like just 80 people? Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy that you have to call in before a bonfire. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's very interesting. I think the police must know what happened with the baby because they're not asking people to look for him. That's a good point, Cece. That's a really good point. And they could have that information and not be saying anything. Or again, like Casper was saying, they don't want to screw with the integrity of the investigation, but then also they're looking at something, the way that they handle it is different because they cannot jeopardize the trial if there's a trial, because people could take a deal and, there wouldn't be a trial. So, but they still have to make sure to maintain that integrity of their investigation and then anything that they're bringing in as evidence, because things can be thrown out if it's not, to where it needs to be. And you only get one bite at the apple. You don't get to retry somebody again and again, unless there's a mistrial or something like that. Even if the police know to secure a conviction, they got to stay, not confirming or denying any and everything, in my opinion. Yeah, I think so too, Casper. And that's another problem that we run into, with Ionia County sheriffs, because I talked to Detective Castle and she was, just very adamant. And I even tried to ask the question a couple times in different ways, and she's like, again, I can't, so I did try. But she doesn't want to, you know, screw with the integrity of the investigation. And then again, they might not have maybe they don't have a whole lot of evidence, so they don't want to, put anything out there to tip anybody off. And that's a big one too. Yeah, the autopsy will tell, CC, absolutely. Or the coroner could tell by going out to the scene. Yeah. Yeah. And the same thing with the, if she was in fact out there and she was overlooked, so to speak, because we know that happens, but if she was, like, they would be able to tell because, she'd be covered up and, oh my gosh, yeah, we, made a mistake. And just overlooked her. And then also any of the, organisms or, insects or bugs that would be found, naturally on her, they could tell, where she's been as well. Was she, and then also lividity comes into play, in terms of what happened to her there. She will tell her story. Rebecca will tell her story. We own big land and have to get a fire permit and permission. Really? Detroit? Wow, I didn't know that. I did not know that. Yeah, Castle's a sweetheart, Casper, and I called her and she got right back to me. And as a matter of fact, I had called her in the morning. I pulled an all-nighter, called her in the morning, and then when I took a nap, I realized that she called me back, before I was even up from my nap. So she's very good, and she assured me that she's doing everything she can to figure this out. But like even Jules will come in and talk to us about how, with the resources and things like that, and the funding is always a big thing. It really is. And it's just part of it. But that's why I'm really working on trying to get some independent searching going in that regard, because and the thing is too is that, unfortunately, people do move people around. But I also think it would be good to do some more investigating into, who might have had contact with Devlin that day, or if anybody also has seen, saw him around. Because I think that's a big one. It's just one of those things where I'm very stumped as to what happened after Carl's. There was one sighting at 10:30 that was alleged. And that was when they said they saw him at Swifty's with a, Carl's supermarket bag in his hand, So that's one thing that is very curious to me, because it would fit in with the timeline, so to speak, even though it's a little bit off. And I've been kind of working on building that, even so, even if it's differing information, we can still play it out, scenario by scenario. So let's say if he left the house at 7:30, what would have transpired from there? If he left the house at 8:21, because that's what the Ionia County Sheriff's Office said, that if he did leave the house at that time, how does that play out into the scenario? Because it would push everything up. It just would. Yeah, that is crazy, especially if you have a lot of land, because I can understand, like I understand when they put the burn warnings out, like don't have bonfires because it's really, because we've had a drought and it's crispy outside, and things can go up in flames more easily and everything like that. But that is weird, Detroit. I didn't realize that you had to have a permit even if you had a big, plot of land. Yeah, Casper, and I appreciate you so much too. I know you've tried really hard to put out the flyers for Devlin and all of that kind of stuff, and to raise awareness. And I'm just grateful to have somebody else that's willing to do that, because I mean, I know that I know that sometimes people think it's helpful, but there's really like a lot of key things that we can be doing for Devlin, even if we already did it, or even if, it's the second go around. Because passing out flyers is so important. I wish I lived closer. I would come out and paper wherever we can. We, like in Sebastian's case, we ran into that where, you know, um, certain areas, you're not allowed to hang the flyers and things like that. But just passing them out, I think, would be so beneficial. You know, Chi says Cheryl spilled the tea. Yep, he's pulling a CP. Aw, thanks, Chi says Casper, don't give up. I want more Michiganders to know about Devlin for sure. Yeah, and Michigan's a big state. Like there's a lot of area to cover. And then also, I just want people to understand as well. And I don't know, maybe they do, like, but because Vermontville is always sticking out to me too, with Devlin's ties there, because I know someone I talked to who's close to the case, said that Devlin has those were the friends that he was hanging with when he got in trouble out in Vermontville. Um, but then also he had the girlfriend that was there. And it's, to my knowledge, from the source that, she wouldn't come to visit Devlin, that Devlin would go and see her. So, was he on his way to Vermontville that morning and something happened, right? Like, I don't know what route he would have taken out of Laco to get to Vermontville, like what his routes were. But I think that would be like somewhere too that we might focus in on, like a search for him, like in case he decided. But then there was this was odd, and this is something that Tammy shared with me. She said that when he went to Pastor Marilyn's church on Easter Sunday, he was telling everybody there, according to Pastor Marilyn, that he was really excited because he was going to be meeting his girlfriend at the park. And I don't know if that's Swifties over down, off of Jordan, in Fifth Ave, over there, by Buddies on the Beach in Jordan Lake. I don't know. But then again, if he made it home Easter night, which that's what is being alleged, then, I'm not as concerned with who he met at the park on Easter, unless he was planning on meeting them at the park again, because then that would tie into the 10:30 a.m. sighting of him Monday, April 21st, 2025. That might tie in. Maybe he was going there to meet that same person, or maybe everything fell through and he decided to go meet them that morning instead. And, I can't put it past something like a catfish situation either. because there were 3 different people that Devlin was talking to through Instagram, the threads.com, according to Tamara too. So, wow, really? A lot of disappearances in the surrounding areas too. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Well, and that's what Castle told me too. She said with there only being 2 detectives at the department, it's tough, trying to, figure out all these different, figure out the resources for all the different things that are going on. Um, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Detroit. And you've been so helpful in Devlin's case, also getting his flyer out to the DNR out. And I also sent more resources over to Tina because it's been, I think, overwhelming for Jessica. So I'm gonna take that off of her plate because a lot of people weren't getting reached out to, and I've been getting so many that I just think we just have to get organized with that, And I want to get a hold of the Ed Golder guy. That's a big one, too. So we need better signs. Mine held up for 3 months, but I got to replace it. Yeah, yeah, I know. And that's the tough thing about those yard signs. I used to be a real estate agent, so I know a lot about the yard signs, and you do always have to buy new ones, um, especially when, through the weather and stuff like that. Did you know the county has another missing man with special needs? He went missing before Devlin. Really, Casper? I didn't know. No, I didn't hear about him. Yeah, Vermontville is curious to me too, Casper. I'm very curious, and I just know that he would frequent there or he had friends there, and then with the court date and stuff, was there something that somebody didn't want him to talk about? Even in terms of his friends, because I do find it curious too that no one's coming out and talking in terms of like, me and Devlin were best buds, we hung out, anything like that. Or I haven't heard much in that regard. So, yeah, and that's a big one is just, talking about Devlin, putting his story out there, just trying to figure out. And sometimes, people don't watch true crime, so maybe there's someone in town that just really doesn't know he's missing, and maybe they saw him that day or something. um oh, okay, Casper. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know I had asked about that earlier because you were saying that your cousin went missing, and that's why, you decided to share out other missing people and their flyers and things like that. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that is, oh my goodness. The alleged bullying is another red flag for me. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. The community push to know if they checked on the alleged bullying. Yeah, and I think that's a good thing. Like I know that there was a threat made according to Jessica, and so a person named Zach was allegedly butting heads with Devlin while he was in jail and told him, like, if I see you out on the streets, I'm gonna, he threatened his life, I'm gonna take your life or whatever. And, people say stuff and sometimes, talk is cheap. But I think that that would be a good person to interview. I know that Tammy had some reservations about, and we talked about it a little bit in chat. It's so difficult though too because these are young people, so I hate to, accuse anyone, especially when they're young people, because that's the last thing they need. Yes, I know. I don't understand Detroit because I am emotional myself. So when there's no tears, no emotion, this is getting like Stepford Wives. This is like our new normal every freaking day. I know. I know. And it's like it and the disconnect. Like people are so disconnected from their own families. Um and maybe it's part of the trauma, but it's not, oh, gosh, it's not easy. Jerome Izell, he's still on FBI list for wanted info. Okay, all right, great. Casper, I'll have to share that one out. And then if you don't mind reminding us too, there is another missing person um who also has the predators kind of surrounding or involved. Um yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. And see, doing that advocacy has a special place, I can tell. You know, I just can't even imagine. I cannot. I cannot. Thanks, Chuchi. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is why I put my phone on silent. No, it's okay. It's okay, Detroit. I'm glad that you're saying this because it is it is odd, right? Especially for those of us who are, kind of smushy emotional creatures over here, and then we see no love lost. Like, what is the disconnect? Is there guilty knowledge? Is it that they're in shock? I try to analyze every angle to figure it out. Hey, Ann Brock, good to see you. So Joseph Dean is also missing out of Saranac. I did hear about Joseph Dean. I did. Yeah, and Chi-Chi's a great sleuth when it comes to, looking into cases and stuff. Um, Maybe we could do a live like Missing in Michigan live. And I'd love to have you on the panel sometime too, Casper, if I can figure out how to do TikTok too. But, it would be a good collaboration, I think, and especially like raising awareness and, because it has been so tough. It has been so tough with the divide in the family. It really is. Or it really has been, so I figured, well, I'll just kind of, work independently with each and see how it goes there. And, it's going. um but yeah, I just think getting it all onto the table, and then I also want to echo, what you said in your live earlier tonight too, was that, even if it's, we want to hear the good, bad, and the ugly about it. So that way we can piece things together because, the more that I see these text messages that have been shared and things like that, um, it makes me wonder if Devlin, didn't decide to run away or, because I just can't take that off the table. Same thing with, could he have hurt himself because things weren't going so great? I think those are important dynamics to examine. Um, and it really can't hurt at this point, So, um, yeah, yeah, I know. Sometimes it does seem impossible, but I think like as long as we can try, and especially having that same goal, of awareness, like that's the biggest one. That's the biggest one, and then searching, and then, with the hunters being out and stuff like that, we could really use their eyes and um keep their eyes peeled out there, even to find any little thing. Like if you see something off, um Devlin's cell phone is missing along with him, so what about his wallet? Like you see a wallet out there that's just discarded, right, or something like that. Like any little clue could help find him. um you know Yeah, it is. It is. You have to be unbiased, right, Chuchi? Like that's the biggest thing. Um, but it's hard to even remain unbiased, especially once you know certain details and you're like, okay, well, this is piecing together and it's not looking good for this person, or this is piecing together, like Casper was saying with Rebecca's, it's impossible because when you're seeing that all play out in real time, it's shocking and you're like, whoa, something's way off. And you can't help but notice it, like it's right there. Um, I had conversations and the accountability that was had surprised me. I say that truly, yeah, reassured me. Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's like everybody's going to have a different approach, and then people will talk and tell, you know, who they want to tell. And that's why I think like YouTubers and TikTokers and all the social media, people or personalities, I guess we could be called because we all have those personalities. But I think that's where we can really come in. And I was telling that to Detective Castle. I'm like, I really appreciate you talking with me and kind of respecting what I do, even though like we might not agree, or maybe you might watch my videos and think, oh my gosh, this girl has it so wrong, but I appreciated her giving me her time, and then also just kind of respecting what I do in the speculation realm of things. But I told her, I said, it's amazing the things that people will tell the YouTubers or say online or say in the chats that they normally wouldn't, because all of us, I mean, unless like, I mean, some people might not have that, but like if I'm talking to law enforcement, I clam up a little bit, I get a little nervous, even if I know I didn't do anything. It's just that that law enforcement officers are not there to play. They're talking, if they're interviewing you, they're interviewing you for a reason, and that sort of thing. So, I mean, most people are a little bit nervous to be 100% truthful with them, and it's amazing some of the things that they'll admit to. Even like even with Devlin's case, there wasn't a lot of coverage. I think there were like 3 videos, at the beginning, and there were certain things that were said on like Crime Time Buzz's panel that were not said on the news. So, and also you're more comfortable to online, and we give people more time than say like a news anchor would, right? They're trying to get that scoop, they're trying to get that story, they're going to have to try to get it all together for the evening news that night. Here we're a little bit more relaxed. And that sort of thing. We can take more liberties, than they can. On the Tate said, I say this week definitely surprised me is all I say. I think that they're all, yeah, can accomplish the goal, even if not hand in, yeah, in sinking hand. Right. And I think so too. I mean, and maybe it would be better to, work with them, independently. You know what I'm saying? But then towards a common goal. Because I see that in Sebastian Rogers' case. Like, I would think that there's things that Chris and Katie can do, and then there's things that Seth can do, and they don't have to necessarily come together and do it. They can do it, on their own and raise a lot of awareness. Um, so they are also detached and blank. It's so weird. I agree. And then just to have that pop off, right, of anger like that, is surprising, just to say the least, Cheryl. I mean, I was like, whoa, I'm like, now I'm awake. I was, because she was very mellow and even keeled. And then all of a sudden it was, where the F is my grandson? I'm like, whoa. But yeah, if the puzzle don't fit, then Houston, we have a problem, in my opinion, Chuchi. Exactly. And that's it too. And, sometimes we're more keen to that kind of stuff, especially when we're used to hearing it or we see that pattern. Like I was telling a friend of mine today on Facebook, we were messaging back and forth. And, she goes, did you know that Devlin had a flashlight with him? And I said, yeah, Tamara said about it on Crime Time Buzz. And she said, I go, everybody's heart dropped when they heard that. And I said, because I was watching the live chat when I was watching her live. And yeah, she goes, my heart dropped too. She goes, my heart did the same thing. And I said, yeah, because in Sebastian's case, he was said to have left the house with a little flashlight. Now this one is different. The one Devlin had was actually like an LED flashlight that did in fact work, that he used when he was walking home at night, because he didn't want to use, his cell phone because his phone wasn't keeping charge. So he did keep that, flashlight on him. But I said, yeah, just the fact that he went missing with a flashlight was also, just something that makes your heart skip a beat when you hear it. Hey, Women's Warrior. Women's Warrior says, I was thinking maybe contacting various establishments in the area with a new flyer and asking if they could pin one in the public area, and maybe someone could call local radio stations to put it out. So I do know that Devlin's, and correct me if I'm wrong too, Casper, because I think there was a couple of radio stations, if I'm not mistaken, that did cover Devlin's case in the beginning. I just made a new flyer that I had put out on my page. Let me show you guys really quick. And I did not put like his stats on this one. I kind of put more of kind of what happened to him on there, or what the day's events were, kind of a thing. Guys, this young man, I forgot to tell you guys, that was missing in Georgia. He's autistic, nonverbal. They did find him in the pond. And I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before, but they did find him. So poor guy, rest in peace, sweet boy. I just feel so bad for these kids, guys, especially when they're, a vulnerable population. And I don't know if he wandered off, but usually that's what happens because, a lot of the times kids are so drawn to the water, and that happens. So this is the one I put out. So endangered missing searchers needed. So because I wanted to add this in here too, like, because I would really like to get more people out there, with boats and sonar, because I know they have done some of that as well. But I think it's important. Oh, well, I might want to share my screen if I'm going to do that. Okay, so here we go. But yeah, so missing and endangered searchers needed. And then I put on there, oh, my bad. Let me just do this. All right, there we go. And then of course, just reach out and let me know, too. And then of course, when it's all said and done, then I will let you guys know. And of course, we'll always send that information over to law enforcement, because I'm a big believer, and that's what we have to do. And it does help them out, I think. So, I've just put in that he's missing at a Lake Odessa. The last phone ping, right, 11 p.m. Eastern at the Lakewood Estates trailer park. And then Devlin has autism, was last seen by his adoptive family, right, Sabrina and Tamara. Now, I'm speaking of that morning, because again, until we have a more clear timeline, I just don't feel comfortable saying, 8:21 a.m. And I'm so confused there. But the last person he spoke to was Matt, right? And that was Matt who confirmed that they were on the phone from 9 to 9:30. And then his mother lives out in Arizona, right? And Devlin would always call them, right? And he'd call them at night as well. So it's not like him to not reach out. I also put where he liked to spend time. So Penny's Pizzeria, Bob's Barn Jams, and Buddies on the Beach. And was said to have went to Carl's Supermarket the morning of his disappearance. If you have any information, again, that's 616-527-5737. And, these are the most recent, to my knowledge, pictures of Devlin. There's also another one that I really like that is at Bob's Barn when he is wearing the red hoodie. But just a good kid, and hot off the press, as I said, Devlin's new flyer. But feel free to snag this Women's Warrior, or I can attach it in an email too. Um, because I think we do need to get these out there more too, just newer flyers, something to catch somebody's eye. I'm not the best flyer maker. Um, the Aware Foundation has a really nice flyer for Devlin. I actually saw it on Casper's page today. Um, I had it on the radio. Oh, good. Okay, thanks, Casper. Yeah, and GR, so Grand Rapids, and me and Sabrina both contacted different news, but after we got uh struck, we couldn't get it past a certain point. Oh man. Separate but together. Yeah, I mean, yeah, separate but together, Casper. Because I mean, I think there are certain people that can like get together and not have like a grudge or bad blood, but I think other people there's like, if you burn the bridge, it's not getting, connected again type of a thing. Which is all right. I mean, I've tried so hard. Like I was even trying to see if maybe because I know Sabrina, well, from what Jessica told me, she's like the last time I saw Sabrina, she was like 7 or 8. And so I was like, well, that's, cute. Like I remember, even my ex-husband's, little, younger kids when they were 7 and 8 and I knew them, I would still think of them like that. So I would, I wouldn't have as big of a problem maybe working together. So I was like, Sabrina, do you think you could ever work with Jessica? And, she's like, well, I don't have a problem, there. But then again, we also have all of that stuff between the family that's just been so it's like been burning like that what is that underground thing? I forget what it's called. You guys probably will remind me, but it's like it started burning and it just keeps burning and burning. And so it's like I forget what it's called. I think Stephanie Harlow did a video on it. The Invasions of the Body Snatchers, Detroit. Casper, you can call it your community village. Will it take a village so everyone could be helping you and yeah, whatnot? In my opinion, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because I think it's a lot to put on one person too. I'd really like to see people coming together, and it seems like people did. I have some screen grabs of somebody had sent me over of kind of, when Devlin first went missing, like them coordinating searches or hey, we're gonna pass out flyers over here. Um, a source close to me tells me that, Sabrina was posting flyers all over. I also know another source that has also passed out tons and tons of flyers. So yeah. Casper says we tore this community up looking for Devlin. We all ran out of areas to search and have hoped his story would get more attention. Yeah. And it does make it hard when there's not well, it does make it hard when it's like, okay, we've searched this area, we've searched this area. Okay, now where do we search? And what's so frustrating too, I bet, and it is for me too, just knowing that we live in this information age, this digital age where there's cameras everywhere. And, I just figure I'm on camera wherever I go. I'm like, if I'm walking around, even at our pool here, we have a camera over there. I'm like, I'm caught on camera over here. Some of my neighbors probably have cameras that are facing outwards, and we have a camera that faces outwards. So I mean, everybody's always on camera. And so that is frustrating because at least if you guys had like an idea or a direction where he could have went, it could really help. And I don't know, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard that that Devlin was his scent was well, his scent ended, I guess, or the last scent of him was at Tupper Creek and Bonanza Road. Yeah, yeah, I would like, and I have been told too, Chuchi, because Chuchi says, in my opinion, the lakes need to be researched, like searched again. Um, and I know that they're heavily fished areas and stuff like that, but it does, yeah, I think with there being so much water, Yeah. That's why Kessler says that's why we hope they will be giving and willing to raise more funds for billboards, flyers, etc. Yeah, and I know that they're expensive. With Sebastian's case, I passed out flyers the one time and the UPS store gave them to me at a really great cost. Gave me a free laminated copy, which I keep in the back, usually if I show, my background and stuff. So I know that they're willing to do like specials for people, especially like bulk flyers. So that might be something to look into too. Um, Thank you. Oh, thank you, Chuchi. That's great. Okay, I will share that too with Casper. That's wonderful. Let me take a look and see here. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Billboard prices in Michigan may very significantly by location, size, and visibility, but generally range from about 1450, so $1,450 to 7,500 per month for a standard bulletin in a major city like Detroit, but prices can be lower in smaller cities and smaller digital billboards with cost potential starting at as low as 800 for a small poster or a few $100s for a digital ad space. So yeah, we were talking about the blips. So there's a couple of links in here, and that's Billboards in and Fliphound. Oh, I've not heard of Fliphound. That's really interesting. That is really interesting. Okay. Well, that's a little bit more than I thought, but that makes sense in Detroit. Well, and here's the thing about the billboards is that we're kind of fighting for ad space, right? So like if a company comes in and, they want to pay more or something like that, because for those prime, spots, that's where we run into the markup there. Um, yeah, we just ran out of area to search likewise, but welcome anyone to search if they feel, yeah, it may help. Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I do have someone who is going to be searching with the sonar. Of course, weather, oh gosh, the weather has been a problem as well. And I just don't want to share it out until I know, that it's been done. Because I want them to just be able to do their thing. Women's Warrior says, Lady Chuchi, if you want to send me some stuff that I can do to help from the UK, just send me a list and I will get it. I can't do international calls, but can email. Oh, great, Women's Warrior. Yeah. One of the big ones right now, I'll send over the flyer too, is the DNR, right? The Department of Natural Resources, because of the hunters and everybody out there. Now I know it's harder to run the dogs because of hunting season, but if the hunters are out there and they know to look for things, or hey, you may have found like a strange item, in the woods, that may be a clue. I think that's a big one too. um thank you, Casper. Says I plan on calling Monday to see what an exact estimate for I-90 would be to present to the community. That's fantastic. Yeah. And um I was thinking, because that's the one that I remember like Tammy mentioning too, that's right there. And then also I'm wondering if maybe something over by like toward Vermont, just to see. Yeah, the timeline is way off, Chuchi. I'm trying to work on that. I know we've been working on that. Oh, that's a good question, Joe, because I know that there was a lot of talk on the Michigan State Police in Devlin's case. Yeah, like on Facebook and stuff. I have friends like Aware, Missing in USA, and others who do good flyers. Yeah, yeah. Aware does great. Like they do wonderful flyers. They really do. And I know that Munchie had mentioned Missing in the USA, so or Missing in USA as well. So, and I will definitely get that over to Tina too. Um, Casper and Lansing and Grand Rapids, it's 2,000. Oh, okay. Oh, thanks, Chuchi. I know, Detroit. I know. It's just so frustrating. No, and no, honestly, a big shout out to Mary for the compromise. That was a big moment there, Casper. Yeah, I'm really proud of Mary for her being like, okay, let's work out stuff so we can focus on Devlin. That was cool. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that completely. And sometimes, it just takes just a little bit of, and maybe it will help with these billboards to spread some awareness. I can't say it'll absolutely work, which I wish I could. I wish I could be like, this is the ticket, right? This is the one. This is what's going to help, but we just don't know until we try. And, I think that's a big one. That is a big one. I've been supporting all of them for a while, trying to give advice for a while. It's been interesting. I see that they all care in different ways, but it definitely all been screaming his name. Yeah, and that's the thing too. And we can't, there's no right or wrong way to handle it particularly. I mean, it's just about getting that awareness, and we do need them to do their part because they're the family. And that's the most important. That's the most important. Joe, what do you got against Stephanie? Oh Lord, no, I do like I do like Stephanie. She's one of the ones I used to watch when I had no idea what a live chat was or anything. A lot of people here come together. I promise a lot of people here care. Oh, good, Casper. I'm so glad to hear that. I am. I am. Because Devlin does. He needs just everyone, and I know a lot of people were kind of taking him under their wing, like even Penny's, letting him have the pizza on the buffet, which was so kind of them. Bob's Barn Jams, letting him come and sing, um, you know. And Cheryl says, "Don't tell me to stay out of it. I will look into whatever I want to find the missing." Yes. What are you hiding? What are you afraid of? That is very true. And I am the same way, Detroit. I'm like, okay, I got a side eye, until I figure out, okay, no, this is a dead end, right? So I just try to follow through with all of it until the very end of it, right? Okay, even when I work out a theory, I try to work it completely out, in my head and just say, okay, what happened here, right? What could have happened? Is this scenario like probable all the way through? Because possible is different than probable, you know? Wow. Cinderella says Michigan has 35 active cases in 2025. What the hell? Wow. Wow. She was so calm at that point. I don't know what I would say. Well, and that's the truth. And then the lack of emotion is always a huge red flag, Detroit. Just such a huge red flag. Hey Faye, good morning. Cheryl says, I didn't see that, but I heard it on the audio. Does anyone have her holding something in her arms? Can you go back a little bit? Oh, are you talking about? Oh, I see what you mean, Detroit. The baby. So when Ashley was at the house, it's been alleged that she was carrying a baby or that she had a baby and that baby was actually the baby we're looking for, Rebecca's baby. And, I don't know whether to call him like Baby Park. I don't know if she had picked a name for him, but I just call him Rebecca's baby because that's her baby. Um, oh gosh, it's enough to make somebody cry. Um, the county, thanks, Casper. Yeah, the county has to invite Michigan State Police. Thank you. Hey, Magic Star, good to see you. I think that if the community feels involved, maybe we can accomplish something big and can do it together. I agree with that too, Casper. And I think that's why the poll is such a good idea. Like that is a fantastic idea, just because I don't think it's fair for like any of us to tell your community what to do either, because it was started, by the community for Devlin. So yeah, I mean, anything we can do to kind of think out of the box at this point, you know, because I think that like my way of thinking, and it could be wrong, is just that say Devlin did, come back because, and we used whatever funds to get to raise awareness or get the blips or whatever, the billboards up. I would think that a GoFundMe, if Devlin came back, it would be, quick to raise a lot of money too, like in order to help him out. Because I understand that that is one of the concerns I think that Mary has, just from the best of my understanding, is that she's like, hey, that I want that to go to him, right? Because he was struggling so much. And I think that, that's part of it. And I don't think that there's any, like malice or ill intent with the money whatsoever. I think it's just kind of a sore spot because of what happened. And again, I don't want to keep on, throwing Sabrina under the bus and being like, "Oh my gosh, she's so bad," because like she has come out, she has admitted it, right? Even though it took a little coaxing and, but either way, hey, little Miss Sharon, welcome back. Um, but it's like, you know, where there's a will, there's a way. And so I think that everybody can move past this, come together, and then, you know, just kind of mend fences and build the bridge and, fix it. So I think that can definitely happen. But again, I think it should be left up to the community. And I think the poll is so fair, and then nobody can say anything. It's just like, hey, this is what it is. This is the community has spoken. So I'm very grateful that Mary decided, to um and who knows what the right thing is. Sometimes there is no right thing, right? Because the right thing could also what's the saying? The road to hell is paved in good in good intentions, but in the same way, like just making that compromise is so important. And it's not ever like giving one person their way or another. It's just, recognizing that we can work together. Um It wasn't a baby. I think they confirmed that, but who knows, honestly. Oh, okay, that's what I heard too, Casper, that it wasn't a baby. Yeah, but she was like maybe a rolled up jacket or maybe just something in her arms that she was carrying, but not a baby. That's what I heard too. She hopes he'll be okay and come back. I know that. Yeah, that's the way I think of it too, Casper. I think, um, yeah, I think that's part of it, that she would rather present him with that money and, help him out. And, I've said it before, guys, and, um, and I do want to be a support to anybody who needs it, but I also think of it like this, and I have to be realistic in my thought process that, even if Devlin made it to Jessica's house, and this is also like coupling on top of, Jessica feels guilt about certain things and that, like I should have got him down here sooner and all of this. But, at the end of the day, we don't know how that relationship would have actually played out in real life if there would have been issues that maybe Jessica wasn't ready to deal with. And she also has her little son, AJ, which is Devlin's little brother. So we just don't know how that would have came out because they never had the chance, and that breaks my heart right there, but we just don't know. So for people to say things like, well, if he would have made it to his mom's house, he would still be here. Perhaps, but I always hate to speak in, complete absolutes like that because we just don't know. And teenagers can be tough, to deal with, because especially with Devlin, I feel like he was very confused as to, who he was becoming as a young man. and then coming into him taking care of himself and having that responsibility, kind of thrust into that, and then not really knowing where to go from there. Um, Aw, thank you, Magic Star. She says, I'm glad that you're covering Devlin because I've seen next to nothing about him outside your channel. Thanks, Magic Star. Yeah. I appreciate you for being here and listening about Devlin, because I know that that's our biggest thing that we're trying to get. And I think the billboards are going to do a lot for us too, in terms of, if we can get them, just making it to where people are like, okay, where is Devlin? Like just random people that aren't YouTubers, getting their wheels spinning. Like, where could he be? Um, yeah, and that's the biggest thing too. It's about spreading that awareness and spreading Devlin's face everywhere. His story. Um, even gosh, I would just love to nail down that timeline. Man, I would just love to just get that to where we could be like, okay, Devlin left at this time, he was here, he was there, and then he dropped off, right? This is where he's, no longer seen by anyone. And I would really like to narrow everything down. It would just be fantastic, you know? Um, Cheryl says, it's like something familiar. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I'm living in the upside down. Absolutely. Absolutely, Detroit. I do too. I do too. Yeah, it's like Twilight Zone, you know. It is. It is. It's uncanny, especially the similarities with Sebastian and Devlin. I feel like he would get a hold of Jess or someone. It's so confusing. I agree, Casper, and that's one consistency that I've found across the board. Like everyone I've talked to about Devlin, and I say, well, what do you think happened to him? Or what's your theory? Or even if I didn't even ask that question, like people will just say, hey, Lady Freedom, it's so weird that he has not ever reached out to anyone, like anyone. No one has heard from him. And it's like, okay, even if he was mad at this person, even if he was upset with this person, he would still call, you know? And Devlin was trying to mend things always. Are you mad at me? The text messages from Jessica that I shared, are you mad at me? Did you block me? And things like that. He was afraid of losing people. He wasn't like one to shun other people per se, so Casper, that's a good point. I think he felt confident from Judge's decision, and I just feel it was a non-family member that may have been the reason for him disappearing. Just a gut feeling, but I let Ellie do their thing. Yeah, and share his face. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I have not like discounted that either, because we know that like once the scent ends, that could mean that they got into a car, because even like the dogs can you know sniff through water and stuff like that too. um so I tend to lean towards the stranger interaction leading towards foul play in my gut, but the behavior of certain parties is so bizarre. Yeah, well, and that's what I'm trying to figure out too, Star, because like I said, there's some, gosh, I'm going to be sharing some text messages. And it's not that I just don't want to open up a can of worms. But then again, I have to be fair. And if Tammy sends me something, I have to share it, in my heart of hearts. Like that's the way I feel about it. I don't have to, right? It's not like she's making me. I don't want it to sound like that. But in my heart of hearts, I'm not doing justice to his family if I don't put out what they want me to show or what they want me to see. And so I think that I just, have to make sure I'm being fair with everyone. The missing chair is a big thing for me. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Star. And that's what gets me because it's to the best of my knowledge, it wasn't an old chair, you know? So I kind of see where you're saying with that, Joe, with Stephanie Harley. Yeah, because she's very well, and what I've heard to her say is that she has social anxiety, so I don't know if that plays into it. Um, because I have social anxiety too. That's why I didn't go to Walmart today because I knew there'd be a lot of people. And in that situation, I like, oh, I'm getting closed in. I feel claustrophobic. Oh boy, you know. And it's nothing anybody else did. It's my own feelings. It's my hang up, not theirs. I just know there's gonna be a lot of people, and I'm just gonna stay home. Um, Yes, I feel he's so sweet. He may have trusted the wrong person. And I agree with that 100%, Casper. I cannot discount that either because he would. And that's another thing across the board that every single family member has said. Even when you interviewed Tamra, she said, he is very approachable and he approaches other people even, and that's across the board what I've heard from a lot of different sources too, like, hey, he would talk to people. I remember a good friend of his told me that he was asked not to come into one of the local stores and talk to the clerks because he was kind of distracting people. They weren't being mean to him or anything, like, I don't wanna make it seem like they were, like, bullying him or anything, because they weren't. It was just more of that, "Hey, these people gotta work, and, you're talking to them, and, they're getting distracted," or something to that effect. But yeah, he just is very, um approachable and approaches people, and so that does put him in a vulnerable situation. And that's one major contrast to the Sebastian Rogers case that we've talked about a lot here, is that, Sebastian was more sheltered, and granted, he was a couple years younger than Devlin, but then with Devlin having, full reign over his own decisions, life, everything, no guardians, just he's an adult, deemed by the judge, it puts it into a different category too. And so that then he's doing kind of his own thing out and about in the world, where Sebastian was more sheltered and there were less people in contact, or, that would have access to Sebastian. Now with Devlin, I mean, the list seems like it could be endless with the people that Devlin had contact with or could have had potential contact with. Um, yeah, it's kind of frightening, especially when we know that, a lot of people don't have, the best intentions. Magic Star says it would be a mistake to be biased, Lady Freedom. I totally get where you're coming from. Thanks, Star. Yeah, because I feel bad, like, because I do. I want to support his bio mom. I think she kind of got a bad rap in the beginning, you know. So I want to lift her up. I want to give her that confidence, um, because I think that that's something that we should do and lift each other up and stuff. But in the same way, I also hold her accountable as well, and I have to show yeah, I do. Joe says it's not like any of them deserve any special consideration. Joe, I know, and I think so too. And yeah, I'm just trying to be as fair as possible, just so that way I could be like, hey, I was fair, So yeah, Casper says, yeah, I noticed that from the get. Yeah. Yeah. And there's going to be these little nuances, that pop up, and there's things that we can't forget, like I remember Mary saying about the comment about the water at the bake sale. And she said, I can't ever forget that, and I'm like, well, I wouldn't be able to forget it either. I mean, to be completely honest, and I appreciated her sharing that with me. And then I did ask Sabrina about it, and she said, no, I didn't say that, but it's true. So of course, if I'm putting on, the thinking cap there, I'm gonna think to myself, all right, I believe Mary in this instance because of the way that the statement was denied, but it was also validated, if that makes sense. So, denied but validated. Well, no, I didn't say that, but he really can't swim. And if he was put in the middle of the lake or something, he would take care of himself because he can't swim, and then I'm like, yikes. So, yeah, I could see her being, less than the friendliest one in the group. Joe, I gotcha. Yeah. They had a bonfire, yeah, for 2 days. I know. I know. Well, and that's what makes me wonder about the chair. So that's why I put out the silly reward of $50. That's all I could probably, because if I put out $1,000 reward, I can't deliver on that. So I just got to be realistic. So, I think everyone has failed him in different ways. Yeah, I agree with that, Casper. Yeah. Yeah, at different times, and I've heard all of them take accountability to me, and I see regret. Yeah, I do. I will tell you, I saw regret in the 3rd maybe or the 2nd interview with Tamra. I did. Um, yeah. Yeah. Because guys, to be honest, there were times where they locked Devlin out of the house. They just did, and I again, it's not for me wanting to throw them under the bus or, point the finger, okay, you did this, but I think for the sake of the story, right, it is important to note and just to kind of put that in there and say, okay, this happened. Yes, check mark, this happened. And not dwell on it too much because I think the bigger, well, I'm more focused in on what happened on Easter. I know that there was an altercation. I know that there was, some arguments between Sabrina and Devlin. I'm more interested in finding out more about that, but really just confirming, yes, he did leave the house that morning because I just don't know. Um, you know, Magic Star says Sebastian went missing in the middle of the night. Not many people are around at that time, and the odds of him having multiple opportunities for interactions with strangers is fairly limited. I agree with that too. Yeah, and again, he was not caught on camera leaving or anything like that. So that's another thing too with Devlin where I'm like, okay, so we lost him after a certain point. Even if I say, you know, even if I was to say, okay, Devlin went to Carl's that morning, we're still like, then he goes to Laco Laundry, according to Matt and the family, because Matt talked to him while he was charging the phone over there because he tried to call Sandra. So, I mean, that's just, it's tough to, especially too, it takes a while, even with a lightning charger, to charge the phone. So, I mean, even if we're looking at like a half hour to 45 minutes to an hour at the max, really, to charge his phone up and then for him to leave out of Laco Laundry, where did he go? Which way did he go? And how come he wasn't caught on cameras? You know, Yeah, and your video was a lot better than the pictures that were posted too, Casper, I have to say. In terms of like showing the whole bake sale, all the different, boxes of cupcakes and different things that they had. I mean, if you name it, I'm pretty sure they had it at that bake sale for baked goods. You could really see it in your video, that there was a lot of options. It's not a matter of fairness, it's encouraging them to leak. Joe. Good point. You're right, Joe. You are right. Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's why I did allow for everybody to be able to be in the chat, and that did cause some issues. Just to be honest, it did. Where it was like, why are you letting people talk? And because a lot of times on these streets, especially on YouTube, people will get blocked off or they won't be able to comment. And, I just decided to take a different approach this time just to see what people were saying too. And then also, I wanted them to be able to feel like they could tell their side of the story because I felt like that was, fair. But also, yeah, I wanted to see what their side was to see what kind of, I mean, to be honest, the inconsistencies are a big one for me. I'm always kind of looking for that. Um, and trying to listen and key in on, certain statements too. Um, so I mean, I think that's like really important there because it's just one of those things. Yeah, there were two bond. Yeah, KJ, sorry, I missed your comment up there. Why are you burning stuff that very time that the child's gone missing? Well, and I'm wondering too about, okay, so my big thing is with the chair. It was a big, heavy chair. Somebody had, if three people brought it in, then three people would be required, would require to take it out unless they dismantled the chair inside the house and then took it out pieces. Um, and then again, springs are accounted for, but and things like that. But still, you know. Oh, I don't know, Joe, about the essay if it's well known. Um, I am working on having someone come up and talk about that. So it will be out, um, it will be out really soon. Not just from me accounting for what Jessica's told me or what I've heard, but like a family a family member that is no longer a family member. I'm working on having them come up and talk about it. And the reason is because I think that it might speak to some of Devlin's aggressive behavior. And then I also think that it's important to note some of these dynamics. And if someone feels compelled to talk about that, then I'm going to give them a platform to do it. I'm just hoping they're honest with me. That's all I want, and I understand I'm nobody special. They don't have to be honest. I know that some people might leave details out for their own reasons. I get it. But I just hope that we can have an honest conversation, especially about that. KJ Max says, yeah, that's not great. And new furniture plus a 2-day bonfire. It's going to take a lot of convincing for me to ignore that as a red flag. Huge proportions. Yeah. Of huge proportions. Yeah, I agree. And there's a lot of things that stick out to me that it's hard for me to forget, and that's where I did identify with Mary's comment when she told me that, and she's like, "I just can't get it out of my head," and she's very adamant that happened. And again, when I asked Sabrina, I have to, take her response into consideration and think, okay, she denied it, but she also validated. So, yeah, they've stayed pretty silent themselves. Well, hey Django, here he comes like a wrecking ball. Hey buddy, you thirsty? Uh Listen, my mom did some stuff back in the day that would shock people, so maybe my lived experience makes me more understanding. Yeah, and I think our experiences do like shape our opinions and things like that too. Because I could relate to that too, Casper. I really can. Um, not in the exact same way, but I get what you're saying. Um, Yeah, the details would be nice, like, for about that day, and before, it would be nice. Just to put it into perspective because something had to have been bothering Devlin for him to be so quiet that morning. And Sabrina said he was unusually quiet, you know. That's true. That's true, Star. Pictures are just a snapshot of a moment. Yeah. Yeah. But you know, and I think too, um I think it's important to know every single thing, because here's what we find in true crime, these patterns, or you know, where we see these little nuances and these little things that stick out. A lot of times people will attend something like a bake sale or even like someone's funeral, and they're the ones that are involved, but they're trying to go there so that they look like they're caring and they look like they're doing everything and the most, and you know, all of this, right? And so we always have our kind of spidey senses up, or our antennas, trying to gather more information whenever we see something like that. We're like, okay, who showed up to the bake sale? And many people may just be there to help, and the community coming out just to help, but then other people might be there for a more nefarious reason and trying to, you know, see what people are saying about them, or see what people are, you know, are doing. um and so yeah, I mean, I think that's why we would, you know, kind of guard ourselves off on that. um and KJ Maxx says, Detroit, I don't know if you recall if it was ever said how and where they disposed of the chair. Do you recall? Matt, as far as I know, and I have, you know, I always keep my lives up, and then I always keep the comments. So, you know, Matt said in one of my live streams that the chair was taken to the dump. And then whenever I did a live with Jen, she pulled it up on her map. You know, where the landfill is in the area. So, or where the trash would have been taken to. And Casper says everything there was donated or made by the community or Sabrina, and a lot of people put time into it. Me and my kids love the bake sale. Aw, that's so nice. And also, you know, it does take time and effort. Like baking is a whole process. You know, it's harder to bake than it is to cook, in my opinion, because you have to be so precise. Um, at KJ Mac, was it not mysteriously missing as well? Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. And I heard that from, you know, confirmed from a couple of different sources. And KJ says, well, with the 2-day bonfire on the heels of this missing chair, I'd like to know what they said they did with the chair. Yeah, Matt said they took it to the dump, but it was heavy. So it would have taken 3 people to get it out to the curb. And then I don't even know that they would come pick it up, but I've heard that they will if you put it out there, type of a thing, and you call them to come get it. But I don't know why they would throw it away instead of selling it, because it was an expensive, newer chair. Like it wasn't brand spanking new, but it also it's alleged that it was purchased after Tammy had a hip surgery. Um, and so, you know, and also that's where Tammy slept. So, you know, and then Sabrina said, okay, so Sabrina said on my panel that they have 3 bedrooms, right? One was used for storage, one was used for her little guy. And I don't like to say his name on here, guys, just because, you know, people are weird. Um, but you know, her little guy, um, and then her and Will had their room. And then Devlin was sleeping on the floor, and Tamara, because she can't really sleep in a bed, was sleeping in that recliner, because those ones they'll go all the way back, and then they'll, you know, you can push the button and it'll push you into an upright position so you can get up out of the chair. So, you know, there would be a motherboard, right, for that type of function. So, you know, if they dismantled the chair, it would be like basically dismantling and grabbing up all of that stuff, springs, you know, nuts, bolts, the motherboard for the actual chair, you know, there would be some sort of a control mechanism, you know, the whole 9 yards. And then you have the lake right there, Tupper Lake, and there's direct access from Tamara's house from Tupper Lake, you know? Yeah, thanks, Detroit. Yeah. Yeah. There was 2 bonfires, allegedly, and that's been alleged by the neighbors. And see, I think that's a lot of it too, just going through what you guys are saying. So, there was a lot of speculation on Facebook, and I think that Jessica being told some of the speculation, that she might have taken it and then also, you know, said it herself or been like, "Hey, I heard this," because that was one thing that I heard from Jessica that was speculated about online about the bonfires. And that was not that did not come from her. That came from the neighbors, right? Because how would she know that there was bonfires? She's all the way out in, you know, Arizona. And I'm here to tell you, you know, she isn't like trying to make that up. I don't think that she would do that. And I also saw some posts. Um, so I think that's another thing. So, you know, it's like whether someone chooses to believe that speculation or not, you know, it's hard. It's hard because, you know, I mean it's even though it seems like it's coming from her because she's kind of repeating it, it didn't originally come from her. So that's kind of where I've been trying to kind of differentiate between what was told to her and what she, you know, repeated versus what she said and, you know, that sort of thing. KG Max says, so the question is, what uh excuse me. So the question is what it actually take to the dump was it actually taken to the dump or what needed burning? These are reasonable questions. I think so too. Well, the fact that they got it out of the house with ease is a big factor for me because I know it was said that 3 people had to bring it in and it was a big chair and then and why wouldn't you just sell it like on Facebook Marketplace and then have someone come get it, you know? Detroit says 3 people, please. I know. That's what's been alleged by, you know, a source. I can't, you know, I don't want to, you know, throw them under the bus. Um, Faye says, so what happened to the money that was raised? How much are is there? And then are there any receipts? Will they be used for a reward? So tonight, Faye, we did. Well, I wasn't a part of the TikTok, right? But I was in the chat and we did it over on Casper's channel on TikTok. And Mary came up and talked. And so we're trying to do a poll and see if, well, Mary's going to post a poll and see if the community would be okay with using some of the funds for billboards. And that was a big compromise that we reached tonight. So, you know, I'm really glad about that. To the best of my knowledge, there's $6,000 for a reward. And when I talked to Mary, she said to me, and I said, because I said, what are these stipulations? Because I will share the reward, but I want to make sure that the stipulations are okay because of, you know, or known because of what happened in Sebastian's case, you know. So I was like, what are your stipulations? And she said, you know, finding Devlin, like whoever can find him, that's who the reward goes to. And I think that is, you know, that's a fair reward, right? Stipulation, like, okay, leading to Devlin. Once he's found, whoever finds him gets the reward. And I was like, okay, perfect. right? But then, there was also talk about the PI, and that sort of thing. So it kind of muddied things up. And then, Mary said that she would be willing to do the poll. So I'm like, well, that's good, you know? Yeah, and I didn't wanna hurt I didn't wanna hurt anybody's feelings either, Casper. So, I didn't. I don't wanna do that. I just yeah, and I think it was because Jessica was also having, you know I mean, hey, I like skulls too. Like I'm okay with that kind of stuff. I have like a little skeleton shirt and stuff like that. Um, but I think it was just like an unexpected thing, and um that was the hard thing, but I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings, at all. Um and like I said, you could tell that whoever did the baking did, the most on the baking. Um and Joe says absolutely, lady, everyone in the household knew what Bill was. Yeah, and that's the problem. Yeah, and that's it. That's it, Joe. And I can't I just can't not I mean, I understand it's not gonna be the best topic. I get it, you know? Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Magic Star. Says Casper, your input is very helpful. Without the perspective of someone close to the case, we're left with speculations and theories. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, Detroit says one chair comes in at least 2 to 3 parts. I've moved furniture forever. Oh my goodness. So you could dismantle it in a couple of different parts, Detroit. That's interesting. Yeah, absolutely. Chuchi, thank you. Yeah, Casper, thank you for trying to mediate the situation. Yeah, we need more people to do that than to, fuel it. Yeah, no, completely agree with that. Um, and it's nice to see someone else who's trying to mediate or trying to like make people come together, because it does. It seems like sometimes it's like just an uphill battle. Um, you know. Not really like a lazy boy, but kind of, Joe. It's like it's more of like, it's more like a hospital kind of a grade thing, you know? Oh, yeah, I know. I agree with that, Faye. I'm sorry, I can't understand who thought that it was better to take the infant from his mother and go with the pervert. I understand that too, Faye. And there's a lot of RSOs like Matt and Lorraine, that's another thing too that I have to consider, within the family, you know? So, Detroit, are we related? I've been neutral for advocate purposes with Devlin is found. I may provide my own opinions. This typically takes me far and I end up being a mediator. Yeah, yeah. And I think that's a good thing. I think that's one of the best qualities that people could have, especially in these cases, is trying to like get everybody to talk and get everybody somewhat on the same page, or at least like them doing their own part. Like, okay, even though I know that we're never going to have a panel where we all discuss Devlin and what happened to him, at least we can still, pass out flyers, do events in town. Like that's one major thing, and I think that would make everybody feel better too. I really do. I think it'd help. So the chair is the one Devlin said he pushed into the oh, he was pushed into, yep. One that Tammy slept on, with him in the floor, and it left the premises to the dump in conjunction with a day of bonfire. I find that difficult. Yeah, and I don't know if it is the exact time. I just know that the bonfires allegedly occurred after Devlin went missing, and allegedly the chair went missing after Devlin went missing. Around the same time, I should say, is the best of my knowledge. Um, You know, and as I find, if as I do find more facts or receipts, guys, I will tell you. You know, we will change it if we have to and say, okay, no, this is actually what happened. Because that doesn't sit well with me either. I find that difficult too, KJ. Definitely. Um, yeah, foster homes are notorious for mistreatment and SA Magic Star. They are. Yeah. 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 Oh, thanks, KJ Mac. And that's the thing, you know, this is what I struggle with, I will say, with the adoption too. And like I said, I'm only going over, like, we found the one document from Michigan courts, and that's the one I'm going off of. I'm not going to go off of what Jessica says or what Tammy says. I will listen to them and I will share what they've said, you know, or let them have, you know, they could type it in the chat or if they wanted to come up on a link. But I have to go off of that court document rather than, you know, her side or, you know, their side. Because I think that's only right. And I think that's the proper documentation. So my problem is that we have Tim Hatfield, who has never contacted me. Now, Tammy did send me an email in the beginning when we first started talking, and she told me that she did get a hold of Tim, but that was because she was disputing paternity, that Adam Nolan was the father. And so, you know, again, it's this disputing with Jessica and Tamra, and it's very difficult because I want them to stay on track, but it's like, where is Tim Hatfield then? Because he did sign the birth certificate and Devlin was also taken away from him. However, Tim was allowed to be around Devlin and is seen in many, many family photos with Tim. Like, not, you know, buddy buddy, or, you know, them, you know, being father and son. Quite the contrary. It's usually Devlin on one side of the, you know, picture and Tim on the other side of the picture. But it still, to me, it still doesn't make sense why Jessica is so shunned and hated, and then Tim was able to see Devlin. That, I think that's the part that I'm hung up on. And, you know, it just might be a personality clash. You know, I'm finding that, you know, it could be that Jessica and Tammy butt heads because they're a lot alike personality wise, you know, and sometimes when you do have the same kind of strong personality or, you know, however you want to frame it, you'll see that, you know. So Detroit, thank you. Recliners come in at least 2 to 3 parts. My family are movers. Yeah, thank you, Detroit, because I had no idea, you know. If anyone has a secret, it will come out. Yeah, I believe that too, Casper. Most definitely. Most definitely. And especially as people are sending in this information and then they're like, well, I have these screenshots. Like, I do. I want to show them all. Because it'll help us piece together the puzzle. And you know, what happened back then can't really be stopped. I mean, even going back the 7 months, there was a lot of turmoil. You know, like you were saying earlier, a lot of turmoil on all sides, you know, and then Devlin smack dab in the middle. Chuchi says, Casper, I can ask you a question without getting offended, but could you possibly be biased because you've had a missing loved one? Yeah, I think that's understandable. And this is also your community, so you're not seeing what we're seeing. I'm just asking, so I just don't want to offend you or anything. I just was asking the question, in my opinion. Yeah. That's valid. I get that, Chuchi. Yeah, and Casper says no. I don't have any bias, excuse me. And that's why I see all sides too. And this is, or all sides too in this. And I also have heard things you guys haven't. I acknowledge what's messed up for sure. Yeah. And you probably have heard a lot more, I mean, in terms of just around, right? Because it's a small area. Um, and yeah, I think that that's absolutely true. You hearing some more stuff. That, and two, just being there, like, at the bake sale and then just kind of being at the events and things like that or searching, yeah, you're gonna have more direct knowledge. And Casper says, "I learned from huge advocates how to maneuver without bias and letting my personal opinions hinder any relationships that may benefit my sources of knowledge." Yeah, and it's quite the dance, isn't it? It's quite the I mean, just kind of when you think you're making headway. Like I said, I barely got Matt and Jessica to work together on a couple of lives. But then I have to be honest, Matt came into my live early. I had it set for like a couple hours, and he was in the chat trying to field questions, and I'm like, oh no, and so I was like, are we back at square one? Like, what is going on? But, again, any progress is good in the right direction. Two men could carry that chair. A fire would leave the metal parts. I agree with that, Joe, and that's what I've been considering as well. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. Faye, completely agree with you. Sadly, I've heard too many stories of CPS either missing family abuse, yeah, until I know, until it's too late, or even prematurely taking kids out of homes simply to get the bonus. I've heard of that too, Star, and that's one thing that, you know, is a common theme in these cases where it's just, especially because in this case particularly, this judge knew Devlin throughout and was overseeing him throughout this whole time. And, even, as far as recently, um, with the giving him, power of his own being, so to speak, or, deeming him an adult. So yeah, it is a common theme. And then I will also say that there was some confusion about CPS because when I asked Sabrina why she um, went for guardianship of Devlin, like to begin with, she told me because CPS recommended that she do so. But then later on in the conversation, she said CPS had never been involved with Devlin's case, that CPS was subsequently called on her about her little guy who's 2. Because people didn't think the living conditions in Tamara's house were suitable, and they were calling CPS on her, and then she ended up moving to Lansing. So because she said she told me on the panel, she said, I moved to Lansing because I didn't like to be side-eyed in the community, like people were whispering and looking at me and talking bad about me. And I think a lot more of that, and I could be wrong, but this is just my opinion. I think a lot of that came from the reward, because there was, I mean, guys, when I say that, when I looked back and noticed all of this, hoopla, if you will, about the reward, that's what people were most hurt by, that she had misused the funds. And I understand that. I would be upset about it too, but people were like up in arms about it. So I think that was a major reason why she did leave and go to Lansing. Because there was a lot of pressure. And again, pressure makes diamonds. Pressure does all these good things, so it's not always bad. But we hate to apply pressure or, do something in the wrong direction because we're wasting all that energy, and, when it could be put towards, someone who is involved. And I haven't ruled out the Tates. I haven't. I can't, just because statistically it's usually the who your family, the people closest to you. But with that being said, there's also, some indications that Devlin could have hurt himself maybe, or also just ran away, or that he could have been abducted. Like, all of those 3 are still on the table, along with looking at everyone who was closest to Devlin and who had access to him. KJ Mack says, if it comes apart into pieces, as Detroit says, and it was for the hip surgery and expensive, it's not making sense, and I need answers, and I'd like proof that it went to the dump. See, that's why I did, and I know that's silly. I know it's silly, guys, and I was being silly, and I do try to do some things to entertain you guys and make it light. But I did put a reward out for the chair, and I did put a bolo out for the chair. But that is because of exactly what KJ just stated. That it was for her hip surgery, allegedly. It was an expensive, newer chair, and, that it doesn't really make sense. Why would you dump it instead of selling it? Especially if it was expensive, and again, I don't want to disparage anybody or anything like that. I'm not rich by any means. So it's just one of those things when you don't have the money to replace it, why would you get rid of it? Okay, so what have we learned? That's a great question, Faye. Thank you, Faye. She says, okay, what have we learned that can help us locate Devlin? Well, that is a great question. I will say what I've learned has almost confused me a little bit more. I can't, lie about that. If I said that I have more clarity now than I did before, I'd be lying. But I think every little piece is important. And I am going to be kind of writing up a timeline of events. I just don't know how I'm going to go about doing it. But I will say that it's been alleged and confirmed by Ionia County Sheriff's Office that Devlin left at 8:21 a.m. from his house. And then if that's the case and it takes Devlin about 45 minutes to an hour to get into town, then, that would put him at Carl's at about 9:21 a.m. So right there, and you were in the chat too, Faye. I know you were, when Matt said that he talked to Devlin at the laundromat between 9 o'clock and 9:30, that they stayed on the phone for a half hour. So it's just that's where I'm really stuck at the beginning. In terms of trying to locate Devlin, again, I know that he had ties to Vermontville. He had friends and a girlfriend there. He obviously had a lot of ties in Hastings because that's where Sandra lived, and he knew a lot of people around the neighborhood. A lot of people knew him. He also had ties to the churches because he was going over there to eat. Penny's Pizza would let him eat off the free buffet. Instead of throwing the food away, they would give it to Devlin and let him eat it. Bless their hearts. Thank you. And I mean that not in the Southern way, but really bless them for doing that. I'm eternally grateful. I don't know how his family feels, but I'm eternally grateful that they fed Devlin like that. And then I know that he liked to go over and sing at Bob's. I know that he liked to hang at Buddy's on the beach. And now I hear that he was seen at 10:30 by an eyewitness. I can't confirm it though, because they haven't reached back out to me, at 10:30 at a park called Swifties. And I put a video up of that. And the Swifties is right on Jordan Lake. It's right over by Buddy's on the beach. Yeah, a lot of people fuel the fire. I've seen some people fuel fire with weird, with word of mouth. Yeah. No worries, Casper. I appreciate you being here. Yeah. And that's a thing too. Like, if there's any receipts you want me to share, Casper, just send them to me. I'm good with just putting everything out there, because there just might be one little thing that somebody would recognize. Like, that's my biggest thing. And fueling, and I agree with the fueling of the word of mouth too, because especially like if I say something like, um, just anything really. I think it's also a good example would be like these witness statements and things. It's like, well, did you tell LE or are you just saying it on the chat, or in the comments? Um, because that's really important too. Yeah, that's awesome. That is awesome. And see, that's what I'm looking to do too, is kind of start something like that where, I mean, I even thought about doing it in the Discord. Um, building a timeline out and doing like a war room kind of a thing in there where we can compare notes and stuff. Casper, you were saying you have receipts for the chair going through the dump. I'm not sure what they. Oh, I see. Oh, no, no, no. Receipts for the funds. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying, KJ. Thank you for clarifying too, Casper, and thanks for asking, KJ. Yeah, because I know that Mary had sent over. Well, first of all, I've seen I posted it. It was like the 6,000 in the bank for Devlin. So, yeah. We could still have or save some as a reward and raise more so many ways. Yeah. Yeah, not being an advocate, but I've been an advocate to all of them trying to help, so I've yeah, trust here. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, you didn't know Devlin, not family. Yeah. Magic Star, that's me. I'm like, I love cooking, but when it comes to baking, I'm like, I have to be really like, I have to like pay attention and I'm like, this is so much work. But like cooking, I'm like, I put a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Why not? It's nice that the community came together and there was a bake sale. I'm more interested in things that aren't adding up. Yeah, same here, KJ. That's my biggest thing. That's my biggest thing. Because I think that, there's a lot that does it, and it's just beginning with that timeline. It's beginning with the timeline. For me, I would really like to just know, and not even from either side of the aisle, so to speak, which, Devlin's side matters the most. But I just, I want to figure that out. What time did he leave? Because I've gotten a lot of different times, and I'm not saying, 10 minutes is going to make or break the timeline, but an hour would definitely. It breaks Matt's story apart if law enforcement is correct, which I would have to just assume they are, until they say otherwise. Casper says I bake a mean cobbler. That's great. So when's the next search? So Faye, we have Canine Jules, who I have to get together with her and see when she's gonna go out there because I know there's like a big blizzard coming. And since you're in the area, please chime in for us too, Casper. And they were supposed to get a couple feet of snow. So that's gonna kind of put a damper on things. Yeah. Yeah. The chair is a big one. Knowing Devlin has advocates is fantastic, but it doesn't answer the hard questions. Yeah, I know. That's the hard. I know, Star. I know. It's winter, so searches have concluded. The last search I did was 2 weeks ago at the state park. Oh, cool, Casper. Thank you. Yeah, and I mean, I'm just wondering, can we dox? Oh my lord. Joe, no. Maybe after winter is done, in my opinion, I think it's snowing there at the moment. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. Yeah. Yeah. Choo-choo, thanks. Yes, but Devlin is out there in the winter. I know, Faye. I know. I know. And see, that's what I was kind of trying to hit home to everyone. I'm like, it's gonna get cold. The weather's getting bad. We really need to find more people that are willing to go out that don't have to be invited. And I'm not trying to go around law enforcement by any means, and I respect what they do. I just think that it would be good to get some independent people out there, especially with what we've seen in Rebecca's case. I mean, look, they moved her because they knew where everybody had searched thoroughly, and that's where they put her, in my opinion. So KJ Max says, and I find people focus on emotions to the point they become distracting, and I don't care about nice or mean. I want neutral, simple answers to questions and info gaps. And that's a big one for me, KJ Mac, is the gaps in info. When we have a lapse in time or we have gaps in info, I mean, it's huge. Like, here's the thing. And, I know you might be talking about something separate, but it really makes me think about how we have Devlin, even say 10:30 was the last sighting of him at the park. Say Swifties Park, he was there. If that's the last sighting of him, what happened next? And the next time his phone pinged was at the trailer park at 11 p.m. I mean, that's what, 12 hours later? I don't know if somebody dookied in the chair, but if they did, it's cleanable. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I could see I mean, maybe if somebody did have an accident or something, but I mean, they could clean that. I don't know. Maybe the cat scratched it. I know they have a cat, I think. The litter boxes were on Devlin's chore list. So, and it is heartbreaking. It is. That's a good question. Casper, do you know anything, like, do you know what the police have done? Because I know I talked to Castle and she said they're doing everything they can do. If it wasn't for my POTS, I'd continue searching. Oh, I just can't. Oh. Okay, so they are doing, yeah. I mean, that's the vibe I got. And that's all I could really go off of is like a vibe, what she was telling me, how our conversation went. Yeah. I mean, she says we're doing everything we can. And I did ask her, I said, is there any place I can go for updates? And she said that there wouldn't be any. So, I wish they would do a presser, maybe just one. I think that would help spread awareness a lot, and give us some answers. Like, can you confirm that 8:21 time leaving? And I also will say that there was some inconsistencies with the time of when Sabrina said that her son was picked up. So, emotions also lead to bias. That's true, Star. That's true. And I've had to check mine at the door. I really have, because, I am, I am emotional and invested, but I also have to make sure the truth comes out. Yeah, because that, Star says it can prevent the truth from coming out. If you look at one side too favorably, you can miss important details. And I agree with that completely. And, that's why I've really tried to corroborate statements. So, like, for instance, and I hate to go back to this, but one thing that really got me was that the first time I talked to Jessica on the phone, she explained to me that the Michigan State Police had called her when Devlin was 10 and told her about what was going on at the Tates, Sandra and Bill's, right? And then I didn't say a word about it, right? I just kept it to myself. I took it not with a grain of salt. I actually took it with the freaking weight of the world, is what I took it with. It stopped me in my tracks. I felt queasy, like I was going to be sick, and it put a very sinking feeling everywhere, my heart, my gut, everywhere. And I thought, oh my God, this is horrible, right? But I also couldn't just take Jessica's word for it, because that wouldn't be fair, right? And that wouldn't be investigative kind of, it would be like, oh, I just automatically believe her, right? And I've only talked to this person, I think at that point we had been on the phone for a couple of hours, but still. And then someone corroborated that in an email to me. And when I opened the email and read what was inside, I was beside myself. Like, I thought, wow, so here it is, coming from someone who has firsthand knowledge and was there at the time. So those are the things I consider, not whether I like you, because I mean, yeah, I like people. I think everyone has redeeming qualities. I think everybody has something to bring to the table. God gives us all gifts, and wants us to use them. But when that was corroborated, yeah, I had no choice but to believe it. And when I tell you that this other person isn't the biggest fan of Jessica, the bio mom, just to say it like that, that was also taken into major consideration, because this person was like, well, also be leery of what she tells you, right? And things like that, which I noted, right? I put that in the note, right? And considered it too. So that was an even bigger indication that, it wasn't, it's not like, they were best friends or corroborating stuff. And then, hey, you email Lady Freedom and corroborate my story, right? Like, cause I get that can happen. But that's not the case. Unfortunately, I wish it wasn't true. I really do. Cause it's one of the things that breaks my heart. KJ Maxx says exactly, Magic Star. Nice can be manipulation. Sure, Ted Bundy could be nice. I don't like to operate from emotions, only to be informed by them. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and also you get that gut feeling, Oh, thanks for Casper for doing that. I shared Jessica's GoFundMe. I've been waiting to be there for her, but like I said, I let family reach out to me. Yeah, and I appreciate that. The only thing I have, the thing about the GoFundMe is last time Jess was on my panel, she was like, I never wanted to do it. And so, I did shoot her out a message and say, I think maybe we'll just take it down. And the reason is because I just don't want to facilitate sending Jessica to Michigan if it's not safe for her. Right. And then also, I just don't see that it would be good in terms of people saying, oh, Tammy, Jessica's in town. And then, all of that the goings on there. I just don't see it being a good thing. And then who's to say she wouldn't get upset and go banging on Tammy's door? No offense to Jessica. I'm not saying she would do that, but I'm just saying, there's so many things that could happen. I think that, if we did move forward with keeping it, it would have to be used for, a PI for herself. So that way she could, have somebody boots on the ground that she could feel more comfortable that's working for her directly. And I think that that's always been something, in the back of my mind that we've always talked about. Because I'll be honest, I even thought of, going with her to Michigan, just to make sure that she was safe and everything. But then again, we have, this beautiful little 3-year-old child who has special needs. I don't think that that's a situation that he needs to be put in. And then if his mom decided to let her emotions, speaking of emotions, get the better of her, then what's to become of him? Who's going to take care of him, right? And all of that. So I just don't see a positive outcome from it. So I have been working with her to see if maybe we might do something a little bit different. And I think it's up to like $135. So, something like that, we might be able to put it towards something positive. I just don't see it being a good thing. Just knowing that they've just all butted heads so much, you know? Yeah, I appreciate that, Casper. And I think that's very nice of you and kind of you. Um, absolutely. Anger is also a manipulation, KJ Mac. Definitely. Think of CP using it to avoid answering questions. Girl, I don't know. You have a quite the intuition. I'll just say that. Yeah, we have a lot to talk about in that regard. And why some red flags were posed from to me in that regard. Yeah, I've had to be tough with it too, Casper, and I don't like to do that. I'd rather just ask nicely. But then sometimes you really do have to put it into perspective. And I've said it, I said it earlier in your chat and stuff, and I've been saying it a lot more recently. We just have to get the family to do their part too, because a lot of these organizations want to hear from them, even though we could do it, but they're going to spring into action when they know the family is doing their part, because they've dealt with so many families before that they understand that those are the things that need to be there. Hey, Holly, those are the things that need to be present, and that's the family, support. Yeah, yeah. And I mean, I know some judges are better than others. That's a good question, Faye. Yeah. So, Casper, from your sources till now, what do you think happened to Devlin and where he might be? That's a good question, Faye. I had to go run and get my puppy. Oh, your puppy, Star. He was complaining that my Moby dude left him. Oh, I didn't know you got a new puppy, Star. How cute. Rachel said, did the being anticipated, or excuse me, did the being emancipated at court a topic current, ongoing, or out of the blue? You know, I think it's been a big topic of conversation just because, well, for a couple of reasons. Because to it's my understanding that if we're looking for an adult, would we absolutely need the family to reach out? Or is that just something that they want the family to reach out? Because if he was an adult, then he wouldn't be, a minor, right? And he was emancipated fully, by the way, to the best of my knowledge. So, you know, no, that's cute, Star. I didn't even know you had a new puppy. We honestly think one of two things, and neither include the direct family, is all I can say for now. Yeah, yeah, and I've heard a lot of people say that too. Oh, okay, I gotcha. I've heard and seen some things uh, that you haven't, and that aren't mine to share. I gotcha. Well, and see, that's the problem that I run into, Casper, like on maybe in a different way a little bit, but for me, it's just been tough because I've realized that there's certain things that I have to keep to myself. Otherwise, it could cause more issues, and it probably doesn't need to be known, right? Particularly. Now, if somebody sends me something and they say, Lady Freedom, can you share this? Or here's some receipts, I'm going to share them. And then we can, open up the topic of conversation. Um, yeah. Yeah. Rachel says advice for respect shows integrity, trust, confidence, non-biased, safe truth. Hey, Mama, good to see ya. Thanks for being here. KJ Max says, yeah, that's the problem I have. I trust the people close to the case's family. At least it's not personal. Yeah, yeah. And I think that it's hard because, I mean, we also have to consider the source. Why would somebody say this? Or what is what's the point? Um, you know, yeah. And we do have to follow the rules as a volunteer too. I can see that. Yeah. you know? I don't know any of them before this. Okay, thanks, Casper. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good. Oh no, Faye. Well, that's what Tamara said one night in the chat, and I was like, "Well, we know that's off the table." I think she was joking. But that's off the table. It is. It's off the table. Him just disappearing is off the table. You know, because we don't disappear. I mean, if we did, we would be losing people left and right, yeah, the aliens. Rachel says, random. I have to ask, knowing now how sick uh, life is, baby at birth cry, maybe like shots. Would you insert a chip for tracking daughter's term paper? Ooh, that's a good question. I would not do the chip. I wouldn't. And it's just because it scares the living daylights out of me. It really does, you know? But we do it to the dogs. I don't think the baby's in Tennessee, although that's what they allege they were headed to, Rachel, you know? Magic Star says, I've considered that RFI trackers inserted at birth. Pros, missing children can be tracked. Cons, RFI, devices can be removed, and I believe it would be considered a violation of human rights. That's a good way to put it, Star. I second that motion. Well said. Yeah, because I mean, there are pros to it, right? There are. Yeah, I think Vermontville is a good direction too, Casper. I do. I think it's a good direction for sure. RF R let's see if I can print or if I can say it right, Star. RFID chips. That would be great if that was real. Dad saved him, they took off. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, I mean, or even just a friend, like if devil like I think Justice, the best case scenario would be if Devlin did run away, right? Like I just think that would be the best case scenario where we could say, okay, he ran away, he didn't want to come back, but he's out there and he's doing fine. Because as an adult, he would be able to do that. Um, the baby's not in Tennessee. Yeah, I didn't think so. I mean, I know there was that one baby that was dropped off at the fire station, but with the time frame, it didn't quite match. If the baby was dropped off a little bit earlier, I might think, okay, maybe we got it, right? But or maybe we found him, but no. Yeah, Courtney's a liar, I think is a yeah. I mean, that's just how I saw it from her interview. I'm like, "Oh, she's not being truthful." And you got good old Brad in the background, coaching away there, "Hey, batter, batter, batter." Faye says, "Yes, I was here and I've asked Matt what were they talking about with Devlin for a half hour and what he wanted to say to Sandra and didn't get any answers. Also, Tamara said canine officers got no scent at the laundromat. Yeah, yeah, I do remember that too, Faye. Yeah, the bio mom does give off the vibes. Yeah, the lie detector goes off. Exactly. Women's Warrior says, Lady, don't want to sound upsetting, but could the recliner have been used to move his body as it lays flat and uh, goes all the way to a standing upright? I was wondering that too. I just don't see how they would have gotten it out because, especially, that's adding on so much more weight. And I understand what you're saying, and it is upsetting to talk about. But see, that was another thing that I was bouncing off of one of my other sources. We were talking about like who would be able, okay, so say something happened, there was an altercation. Now, this was the scenario. Excuse me. This was a scenario that we were working out, and it was like this. Say something happened and someone, they got into an altercation in the house. Would someone be able to carry Devlin out being that he is 170 pounds and 6 foot tall. And it would be extremely difficult. So another avenue would be, okay, well, did somebody lure him into a vehicle or lure him into where they wanted him to be or go? And again, that would be difficult, but not as difficult. So that would be more plausible, so to speak. But then even then, if somebody was to have hurt Devlin, and please forgive me if any of the families in the chat right now, because I really hate speculating on, I hate speculating in depth because I don't want anybody, again, to like, I don't want to hurt anyone. But say Devlin was tossed into the creek, so to so or something. With as tall as he is, he would probably have gotten hung up on something. Other than that, our body gases are given off and things like that, so we would float to the top if he was put into the water, unless he was weighted down by something. And then we were thinking about, okay, well, was he put into a bag? And then, the person I was speaking with was like, well, that would have to be a pretty big bag. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. And so that's why it's so important for us to bounce ideas off of each other, because, that's working a theory all the way through to the end of it. Right. And that's what we have to do to explain or try to figure out what could have happened. A plausible theory that we work through. Casper says he has ties that seemed more valid than even his home life. I just feel Vermontville is important. Yeah, I think so too. And he had the friends there that weren't, and I'm not bashing his friends, but as a mom's perspective, I'm like, they might have been bad influences on Devlin, right? But that's just, my mom hat coming on, like, oh, I don't know if those boys were any good for Devlin, because it does seem like they left him holding the bag. And that's the way I understand it. And even in the police reports, or not necessarily the police reports, but how it was worded in the court documents that I read, it seemed like Devlin was a part of a group that all did this, and then he was left, taking the rap, so to speak, like we talked about earlier with Paige. I just tried looking up how often rewards lead to recovery of missing people. I'm not finding any conclusive statistics. Really, I do see that it helps renew media attention and can encourage tipsters. Cool, Star. And I think it does encourage people like to search. And I forget who told or who mentioned that. I think it was Brenda Calvert. And she's like, hey, Lady Freedom, that it also entices people to search, but these bigger groups, I mean, they're used to going after them big rewards, not the smaller ones. So it's just so hard because, that was what I was grappling with as well, is like, okay, what can the 6,000 do in terms of motivating people or encouraging tipsters, or, what's the best use for it? So because it isn't like the $50,000 or $20,000. I mean, gosh, I wish we had that. I wish I could just give some, I wish I could say, hey, I can offer a $20,000 reward. I wish I could, No, he didn't answer back, KJ Mac. I need to go over. Hey Jude told me that I can actually search out people's comments, and she did it for me once and brought in all of Matt's comments, just his. And I'm like, bingo, hey Jude, but I need to learn how to do that. I do. Yeah, there's a lot of drawbacks. Yeah, there are. Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of drawbacks. It is frustrating, Star. Yeah. Good night, Ann Brock. Thank you for being here. Also, if we look at the health and fitness of Tamara and family, could Devlin be right there next to the property in the water, weighted down as they won't get far? He's a big lad too. Yeah, and see, that's it too, Women's Warrior. And that's what we were talking about, because I was like, I mean, because you know what it makes me think of? And again, if the family's in the chat, my apologies. I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt anybody, but here's the thing. Like, I think of Lacey Peterson, and I think of, that monster of a husband, Scott, making homemade weights and then tying her legs probably in her arms to these, right? Allegedly, in my opinion, even though he's been convicted. But this is my theory. And then only her torso floated up because the weights weighted down all of her other, appendages, phalanges, however you want to put it. And then only her torso came up because everything else was weighted down. And so I consider that. And then again, poor Lacey was thrown out into the bay, and, she was out in the ocean. Now these lakes are smaller, but they dump into the Great Lakes, one of them being Lake Michigan. Faye says, I asked 3 times. He avoided the answers. He only said Devlin didn't say that he wanted to stay with Sandra. Yeah, Faye, I do remember that. I think it's important that I go back and grab those statements so we could revisit them. Yeah. Justice says, Woman's Warrior. I was thinking that too big to move, so water would easily place close. Yeah. Well pointed out to that 12-hour time gap, Lady Freedom. Thank you. That's relevant. Thank you, KJ. Well, you made me think of it too, because like you're saying, those are the parts that I do. I think those are so important, that big lapse of time, because, if Devlin was on foot, he should have been seen somewhere by someone, I haven't spoke with Matt. He did reach out, and I didn't meet him at the bake sale. Yeah, and I'm so leery. I do want to do a recorded call with Matt. I wanted to see if he would do it. And that's just to cover our own, each other's backsides and our own, so none of us can say, well, I can't come up here and say, well, Matt said this, or he can't say, well, Lady Freedom said this, so yeah, I want to make it. And also it's important to go over those statements too. Sorry guys, I just realized I'm so behind in chat. Casper says, yeah, yes, Faye, I agree. Someone did something, because I just have felt he would have been found or reached out. And that's the biggest thing where I'm hung up. I'm hung up on that. Faye says, in my opinion, foul play happened to Devlin. If he was wandering out there, he would have been found the first week, in my opinion. I think so too, especially when I hear like, oh really, Justice? It started in, oh gosh, everybody's been saying they were snowed in today that I've talked to, in the cold states. But yeah, I think you're right, Faye. I do. I think that, especially after hearing Casper say, we tore the area up, we looked around, looking at the SAR maps. I mean, they were really well labeled, not like in Sebastian's case where it just looked like a whole bunch of circles and scribbles and stuff like that. Like, this one's detailed. The water's very worrisome. That's my main focus too, Justice, is that, because something could have happened, where I just feel like something could have happened, and anybody could have put him in there, Yeah, absolutely. I will sign it and share it. Lady, would you like to sign the petition once it's done? We're hoping to introduce a bill to Rep Slotkin. Thank you. It would send an alert to a radio and news stations when a local missing person is reported. Report is filed. Oh, cool. A way to try and connect media more with cases. I think that would be a wonderful thing to do. I really do. And one thing that I've always wanted, and I don't know how to go about doing it. I know that Seth is working on doing some things with like Amber Alerts and government oversight. But I would really love to see law enforcement treat every single missing persons case um, like a crime, as if it was a crime. So everybody's taken to the station, everybody is questioned in different rooms, the whole 9 yards, because I think that could really help. But I think that the alert to the radio stations is a wonderful idea. Yeah, I do have red flags for the dates. I do, Chuchi, I do. Yeah, I do too. Yeah, yeah. KJ has a red flag. Um, nope, no chips. I prefer, yep, I do too. No chips for me either. Unless they're, Ruffles with ridges. No, I'm just kidding. Less than Doritos. Magic Star says, Casper, some states already do that. It would be nice if all the states adopted that and didn't limit it to Amber Alerts. I think so too, because they do limit it to Amber Alerts. And, a lot of people, I know that was one of Seth's gripes that he had most recently when he did a live, and my heart broke when he said, I didn't even get an Amber Alert for my own son on my phone, and he lives in the same state that his son went missing in. Casper says, yeah, Michigan doesn't have any alerts except the mandated Amber Alert, so my hope is that we can try to change that. Well, and especially for people like Devlin. Yeah, I think so. I think that would be great, because just a missing person in general. Because Amber Alerts have a certain criteria that must be met. Faye says, in my opinion, Devlin's pattern of behavior and his routines were to call daily his mom. Yes, that's something he would do no matter what, allegedly. I think so too. So that's what worries me about Easter. So Jessica got a text message from Devlin around like 1:30, and that's her time. So that would have been 2:33, 4:30 Michigan time, right? Or Eastern time. And so with that, and just to be fair, she did not text him back after that. The next text message that comes in is Monday, when she's saying, hey, I need you to call me, Devlin. It's an emergency. Right? Because then she's already been notified by Matt, and then Sabrina notifies her too, or they're all talking. The first time Matt alleges that he notified Jessica and Jessica corroborated that was 7:30 Eastern time. Now that also kind of bothers me in terms of Devlin supposedly having that 10 o'clock curfew, so that's way before curfew. Also, I don't know why they were worried about him at 7:30. I think that might have been a major misstep. But I'm not 100%, So, and altercations have happened before, and it was very recent that there was an altercation, and then we found out from Sabrina, yeah, Chuchi, yeah, we find out from Sabrina that because one of our listeners had asked, did his phone go to voicemail when you tried to call him, Sabrina? And so I asked her, and she said, no, I had to call him on Facebook Messenger because he had me blocked. So then, of course, I just, asked Jessica, I said, is it normal for Devlin to block people? Or, and if he does block people, does he unblock them fast? Because he is somebody that reaches out, and he also has a very forgiving heart, in my opinion. I can see that in him. And she said, no, it's not usual for him to do that. And, it's short-lived when it did happen. So, I have to take that for what it's worth as well. Magic Star says Devlin is no featherweight. He would be extremely difficult to transport. Yeah, let's just say unwillingly. Right. So in that case, did he get into a car? And, to the best of my knowledge, Tamara does not drive herself. It doesn't sound like, right? Sabrina and Will have that truck. And then Lorraine has 2 vehicles to the best of my knowledge. Hey, Honky Tonk, good to see you. It says, I don't understand why they would only get rid of the chair. Tamara's yard is full of trash. Why not throw it out in the yard with the rest of the trash? I heard that her property has a lot of clutter. I have heard that. And I did try to look it up with the Google Street View, but it's really hard to see it because those roads over there that the road that they live off of is like an older one, and the one that goes in, which is like Tupper Heights, it's like it changes into Tupper Heights, but it's an older road that used to be a road more or less. But that's a great point. It is a great point. Thanks, Justice. Yeah. Yeah, was he consistent with the timing, or was it just that he called daily? He would call in the morning, Star, like, the text messages that I just shared out that Jessica, sent to me were, like, back to back to back, right? So there wasn't a whole lot of holes in them, and basically, like, when you do see one, it's because she sent pictures to Devlin of AJ, and I just took them out because I didn't want a whole bunch of pictures of AJ out there, even though I know, it's just, but he would call her. He had the habit of calling her in the morning and then either in the evening or later at night, because it was alleged that as soon as they found out that he was talking to Jessica, he was told that he's not allowed to call her in their house. And so he would have to leave and go somewhere else, like outside, to talk to her. Not necessarily like leave the whole entire property, but it's my understanding that, he couldn't speak to her in the house. And I think that was probably due to a lot of the turmoil and tumultuous relationship that they had. But it was very consistent, always in the morning, and then usually in the evening, or afternoon. And just also, I want to put out there that typically in Eastern time, we are 3 hours from Arizona. When the time changes, Arizona doesn't change the time. So that's when we become 2 hours. So, like right now in Arizona, in Eastern time, it's 4:14 a.m. But in Arizona, it's going to be 2:14 a.m. So just to kind of put it into perspective. And that was one thing, that Devlin was having a hard time with. And then Jessica and I were laughing because we were both having a hard time with that as well when we were coordinating things, or I'd say I'm going live and I'd say I'm going, at whatever, 11:30 Eastern. And then she'd say, okay, what time is that for me again? And then we'd laugh because we'd say, yeah, Devlin had a hard time with it, but so are we. Because it's kind of wacky. And then also when this time change just happened, then it changed to 2 hours apart. So KJ says, and if money was an issue for the car repair, etc., you would sell a valuable, expensive item. Yeah, yeah. Someone would have bought it, and after a nice cleaning. And I agree with that too. Yeah, and in those little like carpet cleaner things that have the attachment on them do wonders for, upholstery and things like that. I don't know what type of material the chair was. Um, I'm not sure on that, but I know it was black. So I'm guessing it might have been maybe like a leathery material perhaps, or just, maybe it was like a microfiber or something like that. Um Especially when you were on the spectrum, the routines are a must. And see, and that's right, Faye. And that's the thing that his friend told me. They told me, look, Devlin was very routine oriented, even to the routes that he would take. There was certain reasons why he would take those certain routes, and um good night, Bo. Thank you for being here. And so that was very curious to this person because of Devlin being so serious about his routine. Oh, yeah, Cass, for sure. Me and Steph talked, and if we can get multiple people in different states to do this, we might be able to get the Supreme Court's attention. Oh, cool, Casper, I'm down. I am down um, to support that cause. I think that's a wonderful cause. I really do, and I think it could really get people out there faster. Is Cash Patel? Stop it, Joe. Oh my gosh, sorry guys, I probably like laughed too loud in your ear. Oh my lord, Joe says is Cash Patel aware of this missing chair? Oh my goodness, you're never gonna let me live that down. Oh, that's too funny. I love when you ask the question. I'm thinking, lady. Thanks, KJ Mac. Oh my goodness, thank you. Joe, the Cash Patel. I don't know. Maybe I should send him my flyer. Oh my goodness. Chuchi says, in my opinion, all are sus. Yep, one way or another, whether they had knowledge, whether with abuse, whether they did something to him, in my opinion. I think so too. And I think we're actually unraveling that a little bit. He only cares about the Epstein files. I believe that. They are really involved in that, aren't they? Which is makes me side eye them. It really does. In my opinion, or excuse me, Gigi says, I'm side eyeing everyone at the moment, in my opinion. I am too. I am too. And not to say, oh, because I don't like this person, or I think they've got to be guilty. I haven't made my mind up one way or another. um I just really haven't, because I have to consider like all of the access that others had to Devlin other than the people that were closest to him. Now if we had a situation where Devlin was very sheltered and they weren't allowing him to go anywhere or do anything, or like Sebastian's case, he didn't have any friends, right? So that like really narrowed things down, right? Well, did he have access to the internet? No, not, we locked it down, Chris said. So then it was like, oh, well, if you locked it down, you locked it down. That means he had no access. But then again, we know he had access at Seth's house, so that opened it up a little bit more. But then again, he was at his mom's house when he went missing. And so any of the friends he would have had in Clarksville would have been most likely in Clarksville. And then we also found out that, sometimes Sebastian would play video games like with Uncle Taco and stuff like that. So KJ Max says, yep, at the minimum, Chuchi, something makes them uncomfortable answering certain questions simply and honestly. Too many inconsistent answers. Something is being avoided. And I agree with that. Like anytime somebody doesn't want to answer a question directly, they're hiding something. Right? Even if it's something little, like you'd be amazed how many people, and I probably don't even have to tell you guys this because you know about the true crime sector. It's like even the littlest thing could be a white lie in order for self-preservation, or because they want to omit something because it doesn't particularly look good on them, or optically, and then they're worried about what the public perception is, when really if it was just the truth was out there, it would be like, okay, check mark, we're done with that, right? We can move on to the next thing. But sometimes people just, they want to be dishonest for their own reasons. I don't know though. I don't know. I have not confirmed that. I have not, Joe. I have not. I know, Chuchi. I know he's just being silly, and now he's just trying to make me laugh. But I don't know if the chair was soiled. But if the chair was soiled, why wouldn't they, use a shop vac or something? It had to be toe up from the flow up, you know? Okay, we woke Joe up. We woke him up. He's wondering about this chair. Faye says, in my opinion, when you get rid of something, when you get rid of a missing person's things, he won't be coming back, allegedly. And Faye, that's why I'm wondering, like, do they still have Devlin? I think that would be a good indication. I mean, again, it wouldn't say, you know, it wouldn't be a definitive thing, but it would be a good indication on whether they thought he was coming back. Because, yeah, you would want to save the things. And with Devlin not having his own space in the house, where are his things, right? You know? Yeah, and it is. It's a big one for me. It's a big one. It's a big one. Oh, really? No, I didn't hear that, Faye. Do you know that the FBI agents won't be taking polys anymore? Huh. I wonder why. Or do you know why? For some reason, I pictured Joe passing out in his sleep and waking himself with a snore. And then he's like, the chair. No, I'm just kidding. That's to make a drive-by comment, KJ. But the chair. One song comes to mind, White Liar from Miranda Lambert. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and even when you leave stuff out, it can be considered being dishonest or not all the way truthful, right? Which is a lie. Lie by omission type of a thing. I was awake just checking out some politics for a bit. Oh no, Joe. That makes me nervous. Now I'm nervous. Gigi says, for some reason I picture Joe passing out in his sofa and waking himself up from a snortle to make a drive by comment or two. Oh goodness. Sorry, I think I misread the first one. Political dream. Oh my goodness. You guys. Joe. He wakes up, lady, get that Discord going. I told you. I told you to get that Discord. What are you waiting for? And then I'm like, squirrel. And here I am on TikTok. Hey guys, I'm on TikTok. And Joe's like, no, that's not what you were supposed to be doing. You were supposed to be on Discord. Oh my goodness. No, actions do speak louder than words, Faye. And I just want to drive it home too that we have to make sure the family is doing their part. We can't make them. It's not like we're going to be like, listen here, you've got to do it. But yeah, I mean, I've gotten, some tough love. And then I was like, you know what? Let's not press this. And I asked, I asked, Tina, could you help us out? And she's like, what do you need me to do? And I'm like, well, you're his grandma. So we need you to help us, and she's all aboard for it. So, um, yeah, we're just teasing you, Joe. I know Joe knows he loves tease. I like it when Joe gives me a hard time and he just makes me laugh because I know exactly what he's just teasing me. Yeah, heard it from Jen Coffindaffer. Really? I haven't watched Jen. I need to go over and check her out again. A Snortle is a Pokemon? I don't know. I am not sure. I had to go look up who Naruto was in Sebastian's case because Katie said he runs like Naruto. So I googled Naruto and I'm like, oh, he's anime. And then since I did that, I swear I see Naruto everywhere. And I'm not saying like in a weird way or anything, like Naruto comes to visit me or anything. But no, I do. I see him like I'll go to Walmart and oh, there's Naruto. Or like, one time I was looking on Facebook and it was for the case in Canada of little Claire. And her dad was at like a whole deal with like anime. Um, and Naruto was a theme there, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, there's Naruto again." Um, I know you're not making fun of me, Joe. I love when you tease. I know that you're teasing me. Lots of people thought Cash Patel was a good person, but he's not. No, I know. I think it's funny though when you put it that way though. Does he know about the missing chair? Oh my gosh. You're cracking me up. A chortle. Oh, I see. I'm weak in the Pokemon. Me too. Me too. I only have a vague sense of it because of my son. Yeah. Well, my daughter dressed up like a Pikachu, and I knew what she was, and I guess that the boy, her boyfriend dressed up like that person. I don't even know their names. I'm like, "You're the cutest Pikachu I've ever seen." You know? Um, I'm laughing. I got a strong ego so I could laugh at myself. Squirtle. Well, and that's it, it's good. It's always good to have a good sense of humor about yourself. I think it shows humility and being humble if you could have a good, um, and you have to be on this, oh gosh, in these streets, you got to be tough, you know. Um, Hentai. Am I saying that wrong? I botched the last one. Pokemon, Naruto, and Hentai. Tai? Uh-oh, I need a pronunciation. There's only one Pikachu. Aw. I'm telling you, Joe, she was the cutest Pikachu I've ever seen. And she's grown. But she still is the cutest one. Squirtle is definitely, there's no Snortle. Snorted, however, is a word. Google it, y'all. Star. Snortle. And then autocorrect is never going to let us say it the right way either. Charizard. Detroit. Oh my goodness. I prefer sassy. I love it. We got to be sassy but classy. You guys are giving me a whole lesson in the Pokemon. I know people used to play Pokemon Go. And then that way they could find the Pikachus or whatever they find all around. Aw. Your sister-in-law's named Pikachu? That's so cute. I just think the name Pikachu is adorable. Like, I know what he looks like too. He's the little yellow one. So, well, guys, I better hop off of here. I've had so much fun with you guys and just, talking about these cases, and, a special shout out to our new friend. Thank you so much, Casper, for being here and for, extending the olive branch and everything. I think just these cases can really make you leery of other people, and then it's just so good to know that there's other really great people out there that don't want to focus on the negative always, and the positive is going to be getting petitions signed, spreading awareness. Hopefully we can get those blips. I'm gonna also look into it. Chuchi and I'll look into it too. It's cartoon smuts. Oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to Google that, Joe. Oh no. And then we'll be over here Googling things we're not supposed to. Joe's like, it's Joe approved. Any movie with a tentacle results in us saying, I've seen enough, Auntie, to know. Oh no, Star. I'm not gonna put that one up there, but that's hilarious. Oh my gosh. We gotta keep we gotta keep it light. We gotta keep it light. Be negative. Oh no. That's enough of the Squirtle talk. Wanting us to Google the smuts. KJ. That's too funny. You guys are so funny. But yeah, let's keep going with the working together, or even wherever we can find some teams, some friendships, some sort of common ground. Yeah, because we made a lot of progress, guys, and this has been things that have been kind of ongoing for a very long time, and I'm just glad that we can come to some sort of compromise. It's the most important thing. It really is. And you guys are great. I appreciate you guys having the interest in Devlin's case. It's so important. We need to get him more. And like I said, I'll be working with Tina on that. And just, because we do need the family. Joe, you Google it and put it in your Discord. Oh my goodness. And I'm gonna work on the Discord too. Yeah, I hope the bolo for the chair brings some results too. Well, and I'm so glad too that Detroit also letting us know that it breaks down in pieces, right? Because that's even better. Because I was thinking, somebody was like, hacksawing the chair or something, bringing out like a circular saw and cutting it down or something. But if it does, dismantle in certain places, that could really put things into perspective, So I'm really hoping. I'm really, really hoping. B negative. Mine is A positive. So I don't know, maybe that's why my cup is always half full instead of half empty. But yeah, I'm just so glad to meet like-minded people, and then also just people that are really interested in helping. We gotta find him, guys. We gotta find him. And I'm not gonna stop until we find him. He's gotta be out there somewhere. He couldn't have gotten far. And also, if he did, he would have been, you know, well, if he did go missing, say even around that 10:30 time frame, maybe something happened or a car came or he met somebody online. Those are things that are still, very, how do I say it? They're still on the table. I'll just say that it's still on the table. Because yeah, something, I don't know, and it's just not adding up. We just got to figure out what this timeline could be and where he could have went. Like how many cameras are on the way to, from well, not even from Carl's, from Lake-O Laundry to Swifty's Park. Where would he have taken, what route would he have taken, and would he have been seen on camera at all? Because that might be a good indication of, something happening then. Now, the other problem is that we have is that his cell phone pinged at 11 p.m. all the way at the trailer park, right in town, near his home. So, I don't know. That's a big one too. Because then we have this huge lapse in time where he's not caught on any cameras, and then all of a sudden his phone ends up over by, near, the trailer park, and then also where his scent was, not far away from there anyway. So oh no. Speaking of Swifties, the new album is slamming. That's what we were talking about too, because when we think of Swifties, we think of Taylor Swift, but that's also, because of Sebastian. He was a Swiftie. I'm a Swiftie. My daughter's a Swiftie. So, gotta love that music. I like all music though, so too funny, Joe. The new album is slamming. Oh my goodness. All right, you guys. You guys all take care. Thank you so much for being here. And we're going to continue on with this. Tomorrow, I am going to, today, I am going to take my fall stuff down and put up some Christmas. So, because it is the season, Hey, Veronica B, thanks for being here. I'm just about to sign off, but thank you for coming in. Star's looking for her blood type. Ciao, KJ Mac. Thank you. Oh, and then also, guys, I wanted to tell you guys an update, and I'm planning on trying to do a video, like a tribute to Seclusion Works, because, I tried to text her, and I have not heard back from her. Thank you, Holly. And it's been a couple of days, because I was looking through my emails and I must have missed one, because I found her phone number in there, and so I texted her, and I haven't heard anything back. So I'm planning on doing like a tribute video, because she did a little like a journal on her channel. And so I want to share that out and just, show Seclusion the love that she showed all of us. She's one of our great minds, and, she was battling for a while. And since I haven't heard from her, no, I haven't. I haven't heard from her. And since I haven't, I just think that because her last post was about being intubated, I think that she's probably, fighting the good fight beside us up in heaven, and that's what I'm thinking. She's a homie. She's a homie for sure, Veronica. I will disparage them, in my opinion, two bonfires. Get it, Detroit. This is night court. This is public opinion. Says I will disparage them, in my opinion. Two bonfires that probably burn for 2 days. Furniture takes at least 2 days to burn. We would burn couches and chairs and tables. Okay, at the cinder mill. Okay, people would dump them all the time. Oh my goodness, Detroit. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you for sharing that. I know. I thought about maybe Andrea calling her too. I only sent a text. Hey, Kylie's nail candy. Hey, hon. Thanks for coming in. I know. I know. Yeah, but I know that she hasn't been over at Sinners. I know she hasn't been like anywhere on the streets. I believe she was battling cancer. Oh my gosh, I do adore her too, Magic Star. She's a sweetheart and she's so smart. She would always just come in with her theories and just like blow me out of the water. I'm like, how did you come up with that, Yeah. Yeah, Veronica. Kylie's nail candy, thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you too. Thank you so much. They're made depending on what they're made of. Thank you, lady. I really thought a lot of her, and she was a sweetheart, a brilliant mind. Yes, woman's warrior. Yes, and funny as all get out. I remember when Seclusion Works. Oh my gosh, you guys. I remember when Seclusion Works came in to my chat the first time, and she said something like, peeking in to see if this is a place for me or something like that. And then she was involved in the chat and we were talking about Sebastian, and she said that she said settling in, or something like that, and I'm like, okay, so you're gonna stay with us, and she did, and she was always in the chat after that. So oh gosh, I think she did, Kylie. I think she did. I hate to say it without confirmation. But that's just kind of where, I'm going. Viva la viva la seclusion. Exactly, Joe. Yeah. Yeah, that's why yeah. She celebrated Christmas early, and like peeps were like, what are you talking about Christmas? So we had to break it down. Yeah. Yeah. And I know that she loved her Godiva chocolates. I know that she loved, to talk about true crime, you know? Um, I don't think it was a prostate. Well, because I know that a lot of people weren't sure if Seclusion was a guy or a girl at first, because she would talk about her wife. But yes, so she, um yeah, she's a lady. Um, she is a fighter, Faye, and that's why I'm so like reluctant to say, Um, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Kylie. Because I just want to make sure for sure, because she just might be, still fighting through it or something. So, she said once, but it was a couple of months back. My memory is sometimes fuzzy. I know, and I couldn't remember. I know that she was going through treatments and stuff like that too. Um, so it could have been a couple of different things, but I know she was kind of on hospice and things like that. Um, so yeah. So keep her in your prayers still, guys, and um, yeah, because women don't have the prostate. Yeah. Completely, seclusion deserves privacy no matter what. I agree. I agree. And I know that she was doing the journaling and stuff like that. I just want to honor her in the best way that we can, because she deserves it, you know. No, and it wasn't a good prognosis. It wasn't. Um, so I just think that it would be something special to do, um, you know, for her, because she brought so much to the conversation. She was such a big part of our community here. Just and then all around on the YouTube streets, you know, like everybody knows who Seclusion is. Seclusion works. So, um, but look out for that. And then I should be going live tomorrow. So, yeah, I'll be working on some videos and things like that for you guys. And again, I do have some things to present that Tamara sent over. So yeah, exactly, Star. Well said. Life has kicked her so hard, what with her wife and all, but she's always been a shining light, and so I'm going to assume she's still fighting until I hear otherwise. Yeah, Star, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, exactly. Whatever is going on with Seclusion, KJ, regardless, I send some prayers. And I agree, she's so strong and so, you know, she's so determined too. Um, I really wanted her wish to come true and Sebastian be found before she passed. Bless her heart. Yeah, and you know that's another little piece that I wanted to pull out from the live that where she came up on my panel and gave her theory. I also have a theory that she told me about Devlin as well. You know, so yeah. Faye says, "Me too, Magic Star. I still think that she's fighting, or I feel like she's still fighting. Maybe something else that begins with a P. Sorry, I thought I knew about the prostate." Magic Star. Mm, yeah, that's the way. Yeah, that's the way to do it too. Um, just prayers, you know, and we never know, guys, because like I said, I did reach out to her. Um, I'm thinking it was more like the pancreas for some reason, Joe. Yeah. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I love you very much. I will see you all later, and you all have a great rest of your day. Enjoy your Saturday and yeah, Saturday. Sorry, I want to make sure. And I will see you all very, very soon. Thank you, Cinderella. Thank you guys so much all for being here.